Music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Paul Kelly get caught in the play. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity where they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Steve Kelly with the sand clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Pun Show. Hope you're ready to step into the light where the real facts glow. I hope you guys like my theme song. AI worked really hard on that. All right. So what are we going to talk about today? The first thing, we'll just dive right in. The first thing I want to talk about is there's a couple of Supreme Court rulings, and I'm titling this Make America Racist Again, because that is the actual reality behind both of these rulings. The first one is on the Texas gerrymandering, and the second one is on the birthright citizenship case, where they've agreed to hear the birthright citizenship case, which they never should have done. On the Texas gerrymandering, essentially what they did is they did not rule on the merits. They ruled that the defendant acted unfairly by not giving the legislature the benefit of the doubt of having a good faith argument. And there's an irony layered in irony here, because they actually had a 9-day hearing before the lower court, where they revealed 9,000 or thousands of pages of evidence and testimony and even actual evidence that that the legislature acted in bad faith. They literally used race as a means of gerrymandering. They used the words race. They talked about race. And so they acted in bad faith. The assumption of good faith is like a tiebreaker. It's not like no matter what, they acted in good faith. If the legislature acted in bad faith and acted to racially gerrymander, that's illegal. But the Supreme Court ruled that the plaintiffs, in this case, the people that were suing to stop the gerrymander, were acting in bad faith because they didn't assume that the legislature was acting in good faith when the legislature was actually acting in bad faith, and the defense was actually acting in good faith by showing the evidence that the legislature had acted in bad faith. Then, to layer the irony on top of the irony, the Supreme Court reviewed this 9-day worth of evidence over a weekend, and then just gave an unsigned order. So that is acting in bad faith. So the Supreme Court acted in bad faith by saying that the defense, or the plaintiff, which acted in good faith, was acting in bad faith by not assuming that the Texas legislature was acting in good faith when the Texas legislature was acting in bad faith. In other words, they just said, well, this is the Republican side, so we agree with it. And what we say goes, and that's the end of it. That's the end all and be all of everything. Ha ha ha. Sucks to be you libs. That's the actual ruling. The other ruling that came, or the other thing that came down, is that they're going to hear the birthright citizenship case. Okay. What you need to know about the birthright citizenship case is that when The 14th Amendment was passed, I think it was 1858. There was no such thing as an undocumented worker. In fact, that same year, they passed a law like inviting people to just come over to the country. They like literally made a law that you could not come over here illegally. The same time they passed the 14th Amendment. They invited they passed a law saying anybody that wants to come here, come here. They wanted immigrants to come here. So there weren't any laws, there weren't any visas. There wasn't any, like border patrol. There weren't people sneaking in and having babies. There were no illegal aliens. So the idea that the 14th Amendment didn't apply to illegal aliens is silly, since illegal aliens weren't even a concept. What it does refer to is people that essentially that are either they don't have diplomatic immunity, or people that have diplomatic immunity, or foreign enemy immunity. So like if you're a prisoner of war here and you have a child, like that child would not be considered a citizen. Or if you're a diplomat and you have a baby, your child would not be considered a citizen, because those people are not subject to the laws of this country. That's what it means to be subject to the laws of this country. It means like illegal aliens, by the fact you're calling them illegal, means that they are subject to the laws of this country, right? Otherwise, they're not subject to the laws of this country. How can they be illegal? But the right has taken and distorted what subject to the laws of this country mean. And they're saying, well, look, when you came over here illegally, you weren't subject to the laws of this country. But that's not what it meant. That's not what anything in any of the article, any of the writings or arguments or debates about the 14th Amendment, none of that had anything to do with what we're talking about, because again, illegal aliens weren't even a concept. There were two types of immigrants. There were immigrants, and there were people that were over here for the most part that were just diplomatic families. The people that are diplomatic families aren't subject to the laws of this country. That's why they have diplomatic immunity. That's not a new thing that they created in the last 25 years so that people with diplomatic immunity could come over here and commit crimes and then have like a storyline on Law and Order. That's not a new thing. That's gone back like since before America existed. So there was no illegal aliens when they passed the 14th Amendment. Therefore, the idea that the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to the children of illegal aliens is just neutered. It's impossible to have that be a ruling when the thing did not exist. So we've got one guy said, shut up. And then I got, this might be some kind of an implied threat. I'm so glad that this administration is taking names and kicking butt. What does the idea of an illegal alien come from? It was an idea that was generated about 16 years later when they passed the first immigration laws, which, essentially made it illegal for Chinese people to come over. That's when you started having the concept of an illegal alien. Years after the 14th Amendment was passed. And then since then, people who have come over here illegally, their children have been considered citizens because the 14th Amendment says if anybody born here is a citizen. But the idea of an illegal alien has existed since then, but the application of an illegal alien's child not being a citizen has not existed, because they're still born here and they're still subject to the laws of this country. Based on the fact that you're calling them illegal, you're admitting that they are subject to the laws of this country. This is a teachable moment. Everyone, don't drink the Democrat. Okay, so I suggest you go and look at yesterday's show where I talk about fallacies. This is a good example of a ad hominem attack. So notice that none of you can actually talk about the substance here. Crazy how in American Samoa, you're born a U.S. national, not a U.S. citizen. Yes, American Samoa is a territory. So yes, it has a different set of rules. Okay. So, okay, we got one more here. Oh, you want to, yeah, I understand it's a quote from a TV show that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I mean, illegal immigrants didn't exist when they wrote the 14th Amendment because it wasn't a concept. That's a fact. If you don't know that fact, you can't you're not going to, own me or something. All right. So anyway, we're going to move on to the next topic, and I'm just going to show you this clip of Tom Cotton, which there's something in here that he says that I can't believe more people aren't talking about.
The brief about the strikes on September 2nd, which were righteous strikes. These are narco-terrorists who are trafficking drugs that are destined for the United States to kill thousands of Arkansans and millions of Americans. The first strike, the second strike.
Okay, first of all, let me just go back a second here. He just said millions of Americans. Is he really suggesting that boat strike, if they didn't do the boat strike, millions of Americans would have died? We don't even know that the boat was coming to America. Venezuela, as a nation, does not produce narcotics or fentanyl. It does traffic some narcotics, about 9-10%, I think. It's not even one of the world's leading traffickers of narcotics. You do have narcotics get run through there and smuggled out. But 90% of what they smuggle goes to Europe. And from what I've heard, a lot of these boats weren't even coming to America. But millions of Americans? What does he think? Each grain of coke is going to kill somebody? That's such a patently ridiculous statement on its face. But let's go on and listen to this next part.
The second strike and the third and the fourth strike on.
So did you hear that? Let me play that again.
The second strike and the third and the fourth strike on.
How many strikes were there? Because he just said the third and the fourth strike. Were there really 4 strikes? Or is he just, is he saying if they're worth it? Why is nobody asking about that? That's a heck of a statement to just say. What do you mean third and fourth strikes? Why didn't anybody ask him to clarify on that? Are you saying we fired at them 4 times?
September 2nd were entirely lawful.
They weren't entirely lawful? Well, just none of them were? But that's an opinion we'll address in a moment.
And needful.
They weren't needful. There is absolutely no proof that anybody was gonna die if you didn't kill them.
And they were exactly what we'd expect our military commanders to do.
No, it is not exact. I expect my military commanders to do what Halsey did, and refused to follow the order and resign instead.
What exactly did you see in terms of the video of the second strike? Were there survivors?
I saw 2 survivors.
So this affirms there were survivors
Trying to flip a boat.
They were trying to flip a boat, which if you were just bombed out of the water and you're in the ocean, turning over a boat and trying to get back in it, makes sense.
Loaded with drugs.
How do you know the boat was loaded with drugs if it was turned over? How do we know the drugs, if they were ever there in the first place, weren't gone? How do you know if they were trying to flip it over, Do you have x-ray vision? How do you know what was under the boat? How do you know that what they were doing is trying to turn it over so that they could get back in it and you know, do something? Like, what wouldn't you, if you were like in that situation, regardless of whether you were trying to do something illegal or not, wouldn't your first instinct be to survive? I need to get back in the boat.
Bound for the United States, back over so they could stay in the fight.
They weren't in a fight. There was no fight to stay in. They were just boating. Like, whether they were smuggling drugs or not is moot. They weren't fighting. They weren't attacking anybody. There was no fight to be in. They were just attacked.
And potentially, given all the context we heard of other narco-terrorist boats in the area coming.
You had visual information, but you have never, like, there's no mention that there's other boats that are in the area. They just wanted to flip the boat over so they could get back in the boat and survive.
To their aid to recover their cargo.
This is all speculative.
And recover those narco-terrorists.
Again, speculative. And they're not terrorists. Even if they're narcotics traffickers, they are not terrorists.
And just like you would blow up a boat off of the Somali coast or the Yemeni coast.
We wouldn't blow up a boat off the Somali coast or the Yemeni coast.
And you'd come back and strike it again if it still had terrorists in it.
Except that we weren't attacking terrorists. There were no terrorists. Okay? Narcotic traffickers are criminals. Yes. Terrorists, no. Declaring them terrorists does not make them terrorists any more than if I tell you you're a potato, it makes you a potato. Just the declaration does not change what they fundamentally are. And none of these cartels have terrorist designs, political designs. None of them have political motives or goals. They are criminal organizations, yes, but criminal organizations and terrorist organizations are different things. And there's no authorization to just go out murdering people that are suspected criminals.
Still had explosives or missiles.
They didn't have explosives or missiles. What are you talking about? How are you going to be a drug smuggler on a boat with missiles and like, what are you, like, this is just fabrication now. You're just making stuff up.
Admiral Bradley and Secretary Head said that exactly what we would expect them to do.
They committed war crimes. And I do not expect my Secretary of Defense or admirals to commit war crimes. Oh, wow. We got a bunch of comments. Probably some people that are going to be disagreeing. Okay, so I'm going to take a few minutes here. Okay. Oh, okay, that's the Huckleberry one. It almost seems contradictory, but I agree with you. Is most people don't go that deep and understand all the oddities of the modern state. Thank you. Okay, but I beg to differ. You failed to make the connection. You have an agenda. What connection am I not making? Why'd America use explosive munitions to bomb random boats? I didn't say it was a random boat. It was a suspected drug smuggling boat. But using munitions to bomb suspected, why didn't it? This is just too silly a question to address. Whether they are fishing boats or drug smuggling boats is irrelevant. They are not terrorists. They aren't coming over here to kill Americans. And some of them probably were. Again, the Coast Guard, when it boards ships suspected of smuggling drugs, they get it wrong 25% of the time. So they probably were smuggling drugs, but that doesn't mean they definitively were. And drug smuggling is not a capital offense. So even if they were smuggling drugs, we still have an obligation to arrest them and try them. We can't just murder them. If the Democrat did the same, Democrats wouldn't be doing this right now. Joe Biden didn't do this. So the whole, if Democrats did this thing, what you're saying is that it's okay because Republicans did it. Blah, blah, blah. So what? This is like MAGAs. They just don't know how to debate at all. Like I said, listen up, my Republican. This is a cheap, teachable moment. This guy is, I'm the enemy. He has no sense of patriotism in his system. So ad hominem attacks. This is what we get. NPR says they are fishing boats. I don't know what NPR says. I just know that they are suspected drug trafficking boats, and whether they are drug trafficking boats or fishing boats is irrelevant, because being suspected of drug smuggling is not a capital offense. And it's NPR. You believe them, right? Democrats love criminals and drug dealers. Your president just pardoned the biggest drug trafficker ever convicted, like Juan Orlando Hernandez. So you're the one that's supporting drug dealers, not me. I believe everything I see on the internet. I don't. Did you know that? I don't. High-speed engines on fishing boats with no nets. Yes, I've explained this before. They use some artisan fishing boats that go out to sea, have high-speed engines because they are catching fish, and they're like 300 miles out at sea, and they need those fish to get back to shore in time. But again, like they don't want their fish to go bad. If you're 300 miles out at sea and it takes you a day and a half to get back to the shore, you're not going to be able to sell your fish because your fish all rotted on the way home. So you want to be able to get back. That's not a hard concept. Like this idea that fishing boats, like what do you think? They just go out there with a rod and reel for half an hour and catch some fish? The guy voted for Biden. Yes, I did. You voted for Trump. Exactly why does fishing boat got to be driving? I just explained that. Isn't it odd? Yeah, and you know what else hasn't washed up on shore? Any of the coke. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, this guy believed in Biden. See, they can't address the substance. They just, you voted for Trump. I voted for Harris. And you know what? I think that she would have been a better president. I think Biden was a good president. The fishermen do have outboard soldiers. And again, this whole thing, like MAGAs have it locked in that you either, if you can prove there was drugs on the boat, then that proves it's okay to murder them. Drug smuggling is not a capital offense, and people still deserve trials, even if they're guilty of drug smuggling. This is one of the reasons I called this episode Unlawful and Disorder. Drug smuggling is a crime. Killing people you suspect of drug smuggling without giving them any kind of trial, without arresting them, just killing them on suspicion of drug smuggling is also a crime. It's a bigger crime. It's called murder. Extrajudicial killings is just a fancy way of saying murder. I am against murder. I am also against drug trafficking. But I can be against drug trafficking without being for murdering smugglers. Okay, this guy is just going to keep arguing about the fisher net thing. You are assuming, I'm not assuming anything. Right, darker than a witch's tit. Whatever. I don't even know what this is. This guy is an NPR listener. I actually don't listen to NPR. You can't be this stupid. Transporting the drugs. Again, whether they're transporting drugs or not is moot. Oh, I see. He's asking rhetorically. Yeah. I don't think transporting drugs, like what are they going to do? Throw cocaine at people and make them overdose? Shouldn't you be dyeing your hair blue and going? So you're one of those people that thinks that everybody that disagrees with you is like, and what does it matter if somebody dyes their hair blues or goes out to protest? Like, oh, You're one of those people that thinks the free speech applies to people that disagree with me. Remember the war on drugs. Yeah. I don't remember Congress ever actually declaring war on the cartels. Denial, is he? I don't know what I'm denying. The guy does not understand what it means. I actually, you know what? I was in the military. I understand exactly what it means to be in the fight. And whether I've been in a physical fight or not is kind of nothing. Who are you? Did you graduate from grade school? Because you don't argue like it. So where were you when Obama? I was, again, I've talked about this before. There is a huge difference between Obama drone striking a suspected terrorist, an actual terrorist, and just bombing fishing boats on the open water. There was a whole different legal system involved there. And I assume you're talking about the kid, but they weren't targeting the kid. There was an actual terrorist that was supposed to be at the restaurant. My guess is the kid was there trying to find out what happened to his dad. And he was probably there to meet the same guy, or maybe that was like a hangout or something. And I think it was really unfortunate and sad. And the Obama administration said it made a mistake in doing it. They changed how they proceed about it. But ISIS was an actual terrorist group. Like, they actually planned and carried out terrorist attacks. And they were going after ISIS. They weren't going after drug smugglers. So there is a huge difference between the two things. And what you're making is a false equivalence and a whataboutism. Just amount of man. You know they've lost the argument when they start just throwing out stuff about, trans people not existing. Well, I guess we'll never know because whatever. One single and this is true. Like, we literally have not seen any evidence that any drugs were on any of the boats. All we have, like, let's break this down. First of all, this is how their argument falls out. Thanks, Joe. This is how their whole argument shakes out. First of all, they're saying that the terrorist groups are narco-terrorists. Because, why? Because Rubio claimed they were narco-terrorist groups. But why did Rubio say they were narco-terrorist groups? Because Trump signed an executive order telling him to say they're a narco-terrorist group. Okay? Not because they're a narco-terrorist group. A narco-terrorist group has traditionally only meant two things. One, it means a terrorist group who is actually primarily a terrorist group, but then runs narcotics in order to fund their terrorist activities. And then the other is a narcotics group that carries out terrorist attacks to make government change that supports the government they're in. So, like, what's his name? Season 1 of Narcos. I can't think of the guy's name. That he was a narco terrorist, like murdering government officials and stuff so that he could keep his operation running. And then, like, you have some terrorist organizations that have used narcotics to fund their terrorist attacks. But either way, a terrorist group is somebody who uses political violence uses violence to achieve political ends. And drug cartels are not in any way political. They are criminal. And that's a huge distinction, both according to U.S. law and according to international law. And according to international law, which the U.S. has signed on. Drug cartels are akin to the mafia. They are not akin to ISIS. They are entirely just profit driven. They do not care. They're not have some government ideal. If I called Marco Rubio potato, He wouldn't magically become a potato. Designating somebody something they are does not make them that thing. It's how hard is that to understand? These are not narco-terrorist groups. They are designated narco-terrorist groups, but they are wrongly designated narco-terrorist groups. And why are they wrongly designated narco-terrorist groups? Because Trump said so. Then they were considered to be, we're in an armed conflict with them. But we're not in armed conflict with them. They're not engaging in combat with the U.S. military. Like, they aren't actually doing that, but Trump designated it. Trump said they were. And so, poof, they were. Like, the pretense of the first strike is that they're narco-terrorist groups that we're in armed conflict with. But we are actually not in armed conflict with them, and they are not actually narco-terrorist groups. So we're just murdering them. Extrajudicial killing is just a way of saying murder. And all we're doing is just straight up murdering people. Why? Probably in part because we want to get Venezuelan oil. Probably in part because Donald Trump wants to distract from the Epstein files. You notice this started at a very inconvenient time for him, right? Like, once they passed the Epstein file legislation, all of a sudden we're like bombing people out of the water. We've killed over 85 people now. And whether they are drug traffickers or not is moot. Again, if the Trump administration is right on every single count, that's just 85 counts of murder. If a cop sees a van driving by and it's a van that he suspects with good reason might be smuggling drugs, he can't just pull a rocket launcher, a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher out and blow the van up. You can't just kill people because you think they're smuggling drugs. I ate Mexican food and okay, well, thank you for sharing. He's mad because we're making stuff up, really, but maybe it's I don't even know what that means. They had informants, and again, doesn't matter if they knew there were drugs on the boat or not. If there were drugs on the boat, it's murder. If there weren't drugs on the boat, it's murder. It's murder either way. And if they did know there were drugs on the boat, they knew there were drugs on the boat because they had actually arrested other smugglers that told them information that let them know that there were drugs on the boat. So you're actually hurting our counter narcotics operations by murdering these people. Simply delicious as you. Are you? Oh. Cartels are terrorists. They aren't. The left loves to kill babies, but cry over drug dealers. Little old man. Okay. Prove it. Then. Yes. And that's the thing. Like, if you're so concerned, why, and this is like, I would really love to hear this explanation, because our best sources of information, like, if you're actually worried about combating drugs, then one, you want to get the people that are smuggling these drugs to flip. Once you kill somebody, they're not flipping. So you're not getting any intel from this. Number two, we have lost our alliances and intelligence sharing with the UK and Canada because they don't want to aid us in murdering people. So we've actually hurt the narcotics we've hurt our counter narcotics operations by doing this in multiple ways. So if you're really concerned about the narcotics trafficking, shouldn't you be worried about the strategy that we're employing instead of just defending Trump? Like, if you want narcotics to be stopped, shouldn't we be employing the best strategy to stop narcotics? And the best strategy is not killing people. The best strategy is to capture these low-level people and then get them to flip and testify against other people and to give us intel. So, like, the whole, if your like argument is that they, not Joe, but the previous guy, if your whole argument is we know we have this intel, we know that there were drugs on those boats, how did we know? And how are we going to know what drugs are on what future boats if we keep killing people? Okay. Now we've just gotten into full-blown just disgusting viciousness. All right. You remember that time? So this guy believed Biden was Shark's attack. He has no credibility. Were you there when Donald Trump fell asleep in his cabinet meeting? Simply Delicious has a fruity name. It was a fishing boat. Okay. I don't know where you came, like, anyway. It was fishing with a racing. Okay, but again, like, whether, who said it was the middle of the night? And yes, they have fish in the ocean. I know this one is going to come as a mind blower to you, but yes, they have fish in the ocean. Do you think that the fish just live? Like, where do you think fish live? Okay. So, yeah, I know. So just, my goodness. I think it's relevant because he's just, yeah, I think that the resources in Venezuela are probably very much attached to it. Like, again, like, this is, if you really wanted to go after the narcotics officers or the narcotics trafficking, one, you wouldn't be pardoning Juan Orlando Hernandez. Number two, you wouldn't be pardoning the guy that was the head of finance that laundered money for the Sinaloa cartel. Number three, you would actually be targeting the countries that traffic narcotics. Why would you go after Honduras or go after Venezuela before you went after Honduras or Colombia, when Colombia is actually the biggest producer of narcotics in the world? We're not doing the things that we would do if combating narcotics were our motive. We're doing things and justifying it with this veil of a motive. If what we wanted to do was to combat narcotics, we would not be doing the things we are doing. So don't use combating narcotics as a thing to justify what we're doing. I'm getting the 25% from the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard. They keep track of it. And there were like 1,300 boats they pulled over last year. And of the 1,300, about 25%. I don't remember the exact number. I'm just kind of rounding off. But because you don't know doesn't mean I don't know. All right. How about you look it up? Because even if I looked it up, you would just accuse me of making it up. Go ahead, look it up. Ask an AI. I'm not making it up. It's a real stat. And you know what? While you're at it, why don't you admit that I'm right when you do look it up? And if you're so bothered by my fake statistics, which is actually real, then accept that my reasoning behind that statistic is also valid. If the United States is getting it wrong 25% of the time they board ships, when you bomb 25 boats out of the water, you're probably killing 25% of those boats had innocent people. So you're killing innocent people. Yeah, they were fish. This guy. It's just like they're incapable of processing information. If they had drugs, it does not matter. They can still be prosecuted. They can still go to jail. It is not a choice between them being able to murder people and them not being murdered. You are a Democrat, mostly, even busy. I don't even know what that is. Christ is king. And guys advocating for murder and dreaming of a whites only Christmas. Just, I'm dreaming. Okay. It's a shuttle boat. Democrats don't debate, they murder. I'm sitting here trying to debate, and you're just accusing me of murdering people. Meanwhile, you're defending actual murder. Okay, I'm going to just scroll through, see if there's anything substantive here. You didn't address the substance when he was going through. I don't know what that's all about. I have no idea what this means. I don't know who Gilbert, I don't know what all that's about. Typical Democrat always changing. You're not addressing the substance. I mean, they could have just done what they've been doing for the last, 45 years, which is just pull over the boat, board it. Like, that's how we've effectively done this for decades. So if you're against murder and you're against truck, because the two things are not the only two options. I can be against both. Like, you don't have to murder people to stop drug trafficking. There's more than two options. You can stop drug trafficking and not murder people. It's like possible to do both at the same time. My point. I don't know what this guy thinks he's. And I haven't contradicted myself. And I do know what substance is. Anyway, so now he's just like running victory raps around his L, I guess. Was the war on unrecognized? I don't know what unrecognized workers mean. Do you mean undocumented workers? And I don't know what that has to do with this. You were. Yes, I was really in the military. And no, my daddy did not get a cushion job behind the desk. You know who didn't go in the military? Donald Trump. Got you with some. Yes, I explained that the drone strikes were actually against legitimate terrorists. Are you going to tell me that ISIS isn't terrorists? It is different. And also, Donald Trump used drone strikes. And I never complained about it. When he was actually killing terrorists with drones, I didn't complain about it. It's like you only complain about Obama using drones. Trump used drones. Bush used drones. Drone strikes in the war on terrorism is very different than what we're talking about here, because ISIS and Al Qaeda were actually terrorists. Cartels are not terrorists. They do not have political designs. They have not attacked America. Both ISIS and Al Qaeda actually attacked America. They are actually terrorist groups. That's the difference. Why is that hard to understand? And it's like you won't even accept that I said that this is my distinction. You won't address that distinction. You're just gonna just hole up in your little talking point and hide there. I don't have any evidence that anybody has collected any drugs. I was in the Air Force for 4.5 years. From 1986 to 1990, I served at Lackland and I served at San Vito Air Station. I enlisted as an airman basic and I left as a sergeant. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, so just looking through everything is just like dumb ad hominem attacks or like stuff like this. Sure. You are aware Hillary Clinton replaced ambassador security details with Mercs. No, I'm not aware of that, and it's made up. MAGA. Okay, there's some friendly stuff in here too. Sorry, I shouldn't be skipping over the good stuff. You just said designating somebody some right. If I call a potato, it's a potato. It's not a potato because I'm calling it a potato. I'm calling it a potato because it is a potato. Calling a cabbage a potato does not make it a potato. ISIS and this is why I think it's important that you understand that I'm defining what a terrorist group is. A terrorist group is a group that has political designs. A narco-terrorist group is either using narcotics to fund its terrorist activity or it's using terrorist activity to support its narcotics trafficking. In neither case are drug cartels trying to influence American politics through violence. If you can tell me how they're doing that, then I'm open to hear it. But that's what terrorism means. It means you're trying to make political change through violence. And that is not what any cartel is doing. Okay. So this is they're what is the thinking here, Franklin? Or Frank or whatever your name is. I love it when demos rats try to tell us to think. I'm not telling you how to think. I'm just telling you what reality is. I'm just like telling you what I think. You're free to disagree with me or disagree with me. But I have like a basis in what I'm saying, and I'm just asking you respond to the logic of what's going on instead of just going on these screeds that are made up, fictional counter arguments. This is not, I did not tell you how to feel. I did not tell you how to vote. But you're over here just trying to, whatever. The Republican Party has no, and this is like they don't. This is I would like to really point this out because I think this is a really valid point. Republicans do not offer. They're not saying, we really need to do something about the narcotics trafficking, and this is the best way to do it. And then get mad when people say that's not the best way to do it. That's not what's happening. What's happening is they're bombing boats and then they're using narcotics trafficking to justify it. But if you're trying to stop narcotics trafficking, that is not the best strategy. Strategically, it's a bad answer. The Holy Trinity of MAGA, denial, deflection, and delusion. All right, so it's sooner or later. I got to get to the main thing I wanted to talk about today. We had a president for 4 years. You were just crying that the guy you wanted lost. You cried your way through a very good presidency. What is more pressuring? Thousands of children. I don't even know what that choice is supposed to be. Libtards care more about. Okay, so I'm using my computer to do my fighting from. I don't know what that means. Venezuela's government. Okay, so there's. So he is against Venezuela government. I assume you're saying it's because he was his election was fraudulent. I agree with that. And I agree that what's his name? Gonzalez, the guy in Spain who actually won the election. I agree. He should be reinstalled. Why isn't Trump saying that Gonzalez should be reinstalled? Or should be the president, the guy that actually won? If it's really about democracy, why isn't he saying the guy that won the election should be the president? Why is he defending Bolsonaro in Brazil and putting a 50% tariff on us? When what Bolsonaro tried to do and failed to do was the exact same thing that Mercado did. Like, why is that? Can you answer that? Why is it that it's okay for Donald Trump to overturn an election, but not for Mercado? Like, if there was a, and by the way, Joe Biden said it was a fraudulent election and that Gonzalez should be president. That was the U.S. position in 2024 when it happened. This is not a new position by the United States. What's new is not actually saying the guy who won the election should be president. I don't even actually know what an 8-ball is. My IQ is 69. It's going up. I checked. 69. I get it. So I know. It's all these words that you don't understand that are multiple syllabic. It's the government. I don't know about that. See how I never changed it. I said that it's 25% of the time they're wrong. I never changed it. I don't. What did I change it to? %100%. Like. Anyway, sorry, just clicking through these. You admit that you're going backwards. I'm not backpedaling at all. I stand by everything I said. It's 25%. I mean, like it's like 25.7% or something. I'm rounding off. No, we're processing bullshit. No, but you're just not. You're just saying crazy crap. You're not calling out anything. You're not owning me. You're not correcting me. You're not fixing me. You just keep saying the same stupid thing over and over again. Are you a stupid person? I mean, honestly, think with the brain the good Lord gave you. Process new information instead of just saying it's not true. Look it up. Look it up. Look up the Coast Guard. How often they get it wrong. Look it up instead of just yelling stuff over and over again. Denialism is the enemy of learning. Like, learn. If somebody tells you something that's not true, you can always look it up and prove them wrong. But it's definitely... All right, hang on. Because I'm in the middle of a podcast. I don't have time to like go and look up a link for you. Just look it up. I'm not talking out of my butt. Oh, see, yeah. Beta male. Ooh, yes. Pat Jets, who can't even show his own face. Yeah, you're so tough, man. You're an alpha. Yeah. You drink beer like a man. It's Okay. All right. So, all right, let's deal with. All right. There's just like these people are just. I mean, like this is MAGAs. They just get outraged. They just keep saying like. Anyway, it's cool that I got all these comments, but uh, you know who's in hell? Charlie Kirk, gargling Jeff Epps. Sorry, it's a PG channel, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk and Henry Kissinger and Rush Limbaugh are all hanging out down there. No, I'm not losing my bleep. I'm mocking you, dude. Do you realize you are being mocked? I'm pretending to be you. You're the one that's sitting there furiously pounding away on your keyboard, acting like a bohemian carpet dragger. So, all right. Now I'm going to go to the thing that I actually wanted to talk about today, which is more about like this whole thing with the Jack Smith and how he now they're investigating Jack Smith's investigations into Donald Trump, which is hilarious. All right, so let's go through some of this stuff. I understand that you're not here anymore, Frank. Whoa. And did I accidentally delete all my comments? Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, well. Sorry. Oh, boy. Hopefully people can still leave comments. I did not mean, I just meant to ban Frank. He was getting to be too odious. Do I still have, okay. Looks like I still have people here. Well, that makes me a little bit sad. I did not mean to delete all the comments. I just meant to get Frank out of here. All right. So, I wonder if people can still leave comments. Hopefully you can still leave comments. But anyway, I want to go in and talk about Jack Smith and the Trump investigations. All right. So let's start off. There's been just an overview. Let me hang on. I'm going to just do one thing real quick to make it easier for me to do this. All right. So Trump faced unprecedented legal scrutiny as both candidate and president, including investigations into Russian election interference, January 6th, Capitol attack, and classified documents handling. Jack Smith's role, he was appointed November 22nd as special counsel to investigate Trump's retention of classified documents and efforts to overturn the 2020 election. GOP response evolved from defending the investigation integrity to attacking investigators while dismissing evidence and pursuing partisan counter investigations. So basically, the GOP is trying to investigate Jack Smith to delegitimize his elections or his investigations into actual crimes that Donald Trump actually committed. They're more concerned about Trump's crimes being investigated than they are about the crimes being committed. And I find this incredibly ironic when they're defending their murdering people on the high seas without even investigating them, without giving them any kind of due process of law. And I would like to remind you that while the cases have been paused while Trump is president, none of them were ended. None of the evidence was invalidated. None of the charges against him were proven to be wrong. Every single charge holds. So we got some weird comments in here, but all right. So that's the first thing I want to point out is just this is not about an investigation into some wrongdoing. This is an investigation to change the optics of Trump's wrongdoing. All right. So Trump investigations are attacked as witch hunts, deep state conspiracies, and political persecution. That's what they're saying. He actually tried to overthrow the government, and he actually tried to steal classified documents. Those things actually happened. The Biden investigations, Hunter Biden had a laptop, maybe. They were, impeachment inquiries, the Biden they kept trying to impeach Biden on made up stuff. Now they're, auto pen gate, the Biden crime family. Oh, he gave checks to his son to cover his truck payments or whatever. They never could come up with a crime that Biden actually committed or any Biden actually committed, other than Hunter Biden bought a gun and lied on his form and kept it for 10 days, never even loaded it, and then threw it away. Like, it's ironic as hell that the only thing that they could get Biden on is his son and his, winches had a gun. Like, the gun rights crowd is all of a sudden really, really hostile to a guy that had a gun. He killed 4 Americans with his drones. One of them was on purpose. The other 3 were by mistake. Okay, Mueller report. Confirmed Russian interference. Multiple Trump campaign contacts with Russians and potential. Okay, so first, let's go into the Russia investigation. Even though that's not like one of the Jack Smith ones, I just wanted to talk about this too, because they always say Russia, 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 as though like this proves there's this long conspiracy by the Democrats to get Trump. Like, they've been trying to get Trump for the 10 years. All right. First of all, the Mueller report came out in 2019. Mueller was appointed by Jeff Sessions, who was appointed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump's DOJ appointed Robert Mueller. And that investigation into Russian interference, not into Trump, but into Russian interference, confirmed there were multiple Trump campaigns contacts with Russians and potential obstruction of justice. They did not establish criminal conspiracy. And a lot of that might have been because of the obstruction, but there was certainly something there to investigate. And it was definitely a confirmation that Russia interfered. And Russia had all these meetings with Trump people. They literally had a meeting with Trump people that they said were going to give information on Hillary Clinton's emails. And then Trump says they didn't have it, and so we shut that thing down. But they still met with the Russians to get this information. So the idea that Russia was was trying to manipulate their election and Trump was willing to go along with it is not only not worth investigation, and it's actually true. The only thing that's in question is whether or not Trump actually agreed to anything. Critical finding, investigation origins were legitimate and not. So then the Horowitz report, there was another investigation into the investigation to decide whether or not the Mueller investigation was a valid investigation. And they found that the investigation of the Mueller investigation was legitimate and not politically motivated. They found 17 FISA process errors affecting all applications, not specific to anti-Trump bias. So there is this one thing with the Carter Page application where there were some procedural things that were wrong. And the Carter Page investigation actually had very little to do with the big picture. Carter Page was actually ended up, I think he got acquitted or like it was the allegations against Carter Page turned out to not be true. But they were not significant to the findings. Right? It was just an excuse that the Republicans took this one thing and they pulled it out of context and they amplified it and they tried to make it look like the whole thing was wrong because the one thing was wrong. So the GOP and Trump, they want to claim the investigation was a hoax targeting Trump when actually it was legitimate campaign, and then systemic FISA problems existed across all cases, investigation properly predicated. The 17 FISA application, they went through 4 years before, and they looked at all the FISA applications, and this was a systemic issue in FISA applications. Actually, the number of these kinds of errors were less for the Trump campaign than typical. Like, they did need to overhaul and change how the whole FISA process worked, and they did so based on what the IG reported. But it does not mean that there was, as Trump would have you believe, like some kind of wholesale, hoax thing going on. All right, so that's hilarious. American doesn't. I don't know what false information I gave. Voter ID. I don't know what. I don't. Some of the I don't even know what. Okay, so we're past the boat conversation. All right. Let's go back to. I'm sorry. I was just coming back and looking at the comments to see if there was anything relevant. It doesn't look like anybody's talking about this part of things. All right. So. All right. So. Okay, so then this is what the January 6th committee found. And I know that Republicans want to just reject anything the January 6th committee found because, it says bad things about Trump. Not because it's wrong, not because it's false, but just because it's the January 6th committee. That's called dismissing something out of hand. Like, if you can show me factual things that the January 6th committee got wrong, I'm open to it. So they revealed a 7-part scheme and a coordinated effort to overturn election, including pressure on state officials. We have like actual tapes of calls, fake electors. We have those people and their signatures. DOJ corruption attempts. They forced people to like resign or tried to fire people and get people to like VP pressure and mob violence. All of this is just proven. They have documentary evidence, testimony from Trump officials, video evidence, communication records, testimony under oath from Republicans showing Trump knew he lost. We had criminal referrals to DOJ. And we also know that the $3 million budgeted for the January 6th rally organization, including $1 million to Turning Point Action, Does that sound familiar? Turning Point, 500,000 to Donald Trump Jr.'s group, and funds for busing and speaker fees. So this rally, Stop the Steal, right, was paid for by like Charlie Kirk's group, and which, by the way, I think Clarence Thomas's wife paid for some of that too. And the whole thing was funded. It was called the Stop the Steal rally. And when they say the goal of the rally was just a protest, okay, what was the protest called? It was called Stop the Steal, right? What was the steal? The steal was the actual election results being voted through. And what did they want to do? They wanted to stop it. They literally wanted to prevent the validation of the 2016 election results. That was their goal. That was the name of their rally. Like when you say, oh, like they come up with these things like, you're being ridiculous saying that they were trying to overturn the results of the election. That's exactly what they were doing. That was their stated objective. That was what they were arguing for in all of the speeches. Yes, Donald Trump said the word peacefully one time. He also said the word fight 20 times. He also watched the entire thing on TV and never made a phone call. So you can just like take all your Nancy Pelosi owns the National Guard nonsense out of here. Like I can't, your weird conspiracy theories about January 6th, they don't even make sense. Why would the Democrats want to stop the election results from going through? Like they have no motivation to do that. You say that it was an undercover, FBI deep state operation or whatever. Why would they do that? Who was president? Who was in charge of the FBI? Who designated the head of the FBI? So the GOP response attacking the investigation. Trump pardoned over 1,500 January 6 defendants, including those convicted of assaulting police officers and seditious conspiracy, which, by the way, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Kash Patel, when they got the January 6th bomber, the guy that was trying to do the bombing, which turns out, as I already said today, he was a Trump supporter. Shock, shock, shock. He had the audacity to say, you're not going to attack our Capitol building and get away with it. But here we have 1,500 people that got away with it, including seditious conspiracy, which they're saying that Mark Kelly is guilty of because he quoted the UCMJ. Jim Jordan accused Liz Cheney of witness tampering for contacting Cassidy Hutchinson when it was like entirely legal communication, while Jordan himself refused to testify despite being involved in the planning. Why? What is he trying to hide? What does he know that we need to know? Like the idea that there were these senators and representatives that were giving people tours, that were coordinating with the people that planned the attack, that were convicted of seditious conspiracy, and we can't even like ask them questions. Meanwhile, they're sitting there saying that Hillary Clinton needs to answer for the Epstein files. Let's see if there's FBI don't answer to politicians. Well, I think that, did you see the report that Kash Patel is now, he's getting criticism because he was trying to make the FBI into his girlfriend's friend's Uber driver? Like his girlfriend's friend was drunk, so he made an FBI agent give her a ride home. Like, that's why you joined the FBI, so that you could be the FBI head of the FBI's Uber driver. No, they have not found a lot of dead people and illegal migrants voted. And I mean, that's just not true. This is made up stuff. They have not found this. Like, they literally have not found this. And I'm sure this is not the first time you have been challenged on this. You probably say this all the time. You probably say this at Thanksgiving dinner, and that's why your family won't invite you back there anymore. But it's still not true. Who was convicted of what? There was a plan to overthrow the government. There was literally a plan to overthrow the government. Like, do you not know that Peter Navarro went on MSNBC and told, what's his name? But like told the whole plan, called it the Green Bay sweep. There was a literal actual plan to overthrow the government. People were convicted of seditious conspiracy. This was not just something that hyperventilating libs said. This is an actual fact. And Donald Trump knew about it. His closest advisors were in on the meeting where they talked about seditious conspiracy. Roger Stone wanted to help or tried to help overthrow the government. Peter Navarro did. They had documents. There was a whole argument between the lawyers, his legal counsel, in the room that he was a part of. Cassidy Hutchinson spoke about it. Like, that you don't know this is not about anything except your ignorance. Please actually look it up. Look up Green Bay Sweep. Well, because they were because you've got Donald Trump going out there trying to prosecute everybody that did anything to him. And Joe Biden was not an idiot. He knew that. So he knew, like, you've got Donald Trump trying to prosecute Adam Schiff for mortgage fraud when he didn't even commit mortgage fraud. Take your pills, bro. I don't know, suppositories. The evidence wasn't destroyed. It's online. You can go look it up. There was no evidence destroyed. Unless Trump took it down. Well, this is a bunch of cockamamie women who, it's Ku Klux Klan. There's no L in the first one. It's Ku Klux Klan. Have committed sedition. Nancy Nadler, Zuckerberg, Hillary, Obama, bringing invasion to subvert our citizens and nation. Well, that's a lot of word salad. Guarantee this guy boof swine. I don't even know what boof means. And I actually stopped drinking about 3 months ago, so good for me. Where are you getting your false information? I don't know what I have said that is false. I'm not gonna. The whole Indian and caste system thing, I think is. I wouldn't like it if Republicans did it. I don't like it if Democrats do it. This is just like throwing words together. No, they weren't trying to overthrow the government when Biden was in office. They aren't looking. How about Iowa school superintendent who was a registered voter because he checked the box that he was an American citizen? I don't know about that. I'm just going to say that there are, as far as I know, their Heritage Project did a study of every single person that has been convicted of voting, of any kind of voter fraud. And of those, it's like 77 were non-citizens over the last 45 years in every single election. That includes different types of elections, everything from primaries to school board elections to whatever. They've got this database. You can go and look at it. 77 people, non-citizens, have been elected of voting. 11 of those were illegal. And of the illegal ones, none of them would have been stopped by voter ID laws because they had fake IDs that would be acceptable to get actual IDs. So, this one incident, like, that's an anomaly. It's not like that one Iowa superintendent is do you know who he voted for? Like, and it's not like one vote was the difference in Iowa. MAGA is a fascist cult. Okay, I don't understand why. I don't know who that is. Or Cassidy lied. Okay, you can choose to not believe her. That doesn't mean she lied. She was there, and you weren't. So I will take what she said over you, by the way. They keep us fighting each other and not them. They're doing a good job of that, too. He's certainly on the top 5. I can't think of anybody that's... I mean, like, he has made $11 billion with a B dollars in his second term. Just since January, he's made over $11 billion off of being president. And that's not even counting all the gifts he's gotten, like the $1 billion airplane that, it was like 500 million, and then it's getting all these upgrades on it. And he's the only one that's ever going to fly on it, because it's going to go to his library. Like, the idea of using Donald Trump and the word library in the same sentence is actually hysterical, because I doubt he's ever been in one. I doubt he's ever even read a book, or at least read one since he graduated from college, meaning, he paid somebody to take the stories, the test for him. Yeah, the take your meds, blah, blah, blah. I can't believe how many stupid humans there are. The fascists so mind-numbingly stupid. Okay. The guy that was arrested by ICE. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with January 6th. If there's one, no, that's actually not true. If there's one, there's not millions. If there's one, there's one. Like, again, we have gone through the Heritage Foundation, which is an extremely conservative think tank. They're the ones that gave is it Federalist Society or Heritage Foundation? Anyway, Heritage Foundation is a right-wing think tank, and they wanted to prove what you are saying. So they developed an exhaustive database of every person who's ever voted, like since 1982, I think. And they have scoured the depths of what there is. Nobody has looked harder in the history of the country to find illegal voters than the Heritage Foundation. And they could only find 11 instances of illegal immigrants being convicted of voting. So any number bigger than 11 is just pure invention. And let me explain to you why it's stupid to think that illegal immigrants are voting in mass. Number one, you're not going to change the election outcome, right? Like, if you go, you're not going to change the outcome. Number two, you're putting your name and your face on a piece of paper. You're committing a crime. You are drawing attention to yourself, which is not what you want to do with the government if you're here illegally. It's not like people are going, I'm going to go vote for Kamala Harris. I'm going to do it illegally. Why would they? What would their incentive be? The risk to reward, they're risking having their entire family deported, and the reward is not changing anything. Do you think that illegal immigrants are, going to change the results in Texas? Like, no. Like, just think about it. Why would they? And they so there's no logical reason for them to do it, and there's no evidence that they are. And yet here you are making this proclamation that illegal immigrants are voting by the million with no evidence. Why is that? It's because Republicans have stirred up your racist inner person into believing it. I'm not saying you don't believe it. I'm saying that you are not willing to challenge it within yourself. You would rather embrace the racist in yourself instead of actually challenging it and putting that thing down, putting that part of you down. I don't think people are racist. I think people have racist thoughts, and I think almost all people do, at least all Americans do. It's hard to not be raised in America and not have occasional racist thoughts. It's not whether or not you have them, it's what you do with them once you have them. If you can say, oh, that's a racist thought, I deny it. That's the difference here. You were fed racist propaganda and you chose to believe it. That's on you. Okay. I don't know if that's aimed at me or somebody else. How is the MAGA a fascist cult? Did you not see the picture where like people were literally praying to the golden statue of Trump? You want to tell me you're not a fascist cult? Leave one comment of something critical of Donald Trump. Tell me something Donald Trump has done wrong. Okay. Trump is the best president in history. You got it wrong. Trump runs this country like a businessman, not like a politician. Well, he bankrupted a casino. I hope we live long enough to see all these fascists held accountable. So do I. How many billions did the bomb? Actually, 0 billions. Wow. So another Trump hating rune. Yes, it's all about how we feel about Trump. That's one of the reasons I think you're very cultic, because you interpret everything through either being pro-Trump or anti-Trump. I do not look at things as being anti-Trump. I look at things as being, these are things I agree with or I disagree with. And most of what Trump does are things I disagree with, but I don't disagree with Trump, those things, because Trump did them. I disagree with them because they are either bad policy or wrong. I disagreed with tariffs from the beginning. I said, if you impose tariffs, this will happen. Then that happened. But now it's like, that doesn't mean that I hated Trump. It means I hate tariffs. Okay, so let's move on. Sorry, I'm going to miss some comments here. Oh, Democrat, I don't even know what you're talking about there. Democrats murder people that don't agree with them. Democrats haven't murdered anybody. Even the Charlie Cook shooting wasn't a Democrat. Like, you guys just accuse everybody that shoots anybody of being a Democrat and say they're a trans person, and then that makes them a Democrat. I love tariffs. I'm hoping he spelled it wrong on purpose. All right. No, he wasn't on the left. He had a trans girlfriend. That's all we know. You don't think that somebody can be MAGA and trans? Let's go ask Caitlyn Jenner about that. All right, so let's go back to this. Whoops. Okay, the phone records. Right. Whoops. Okay, so let's go back to here. Jack Smith. So then Jack Smith got appointed as a special counsel. I want you to note that this starts on November 22nd. The investigation into Trump had actually, and the January 6th stuff had started, and the classified documents, all that had started months before he was appointed. He was appointed on November 22nd. And there were 2 investigations, classified documents, and the January 6th election interference case. Jack Smith was a career prosecutor with the DOJ. He had prosecuted war crimes and public corruption cases. He had also published or processed war crimes at the Hague International Crime. He'd been on a big stage before. In fact, I think while the investigation started, he was literally prosecuting crimes at the Hague. So he was appointed in November of 22. He indicted Trump on 37 counts in June 23. In June of 2023, that was on the special documents. Then in July of 2024, Judge Cannon dismissed the documents case based on his appointment. You know, they were saying that she was saying that he was never approved by Congress or by the Senate, and so he couldn't legally be a special prosecutor, which flies in the face of a lot of things, and ironically was used in striking down, that decision was used in striking down the appointment of Habib more recently. But to be a special prosecutor, it had never been the case. You needed to be a Senate approved prosecutor before. To be an U.S. attorney, you have to be approved, but not to be a special prosecutor. So there's, most people agree that if this had gone to appeals and had itself worked out, that her striking him down would have been overturned. But again, this is not on the merit of the case. He actually stole secret documents. The evidence was still there. It's not like he didn't steal the documents. This is a technicality that wasn't even a valid technicality. But, you know, she was pro-Trump and she was going to try and get him off no matter what she did. She had multiple rulings that were overturned and incredibly biased. So then Jack Smith dropped the case after the election because Trump was going to be president and because you can't prosecute a sitting president. He did not. He actually suspended the whole thing. Like they can pick the prosecution back up after Trump leaves office. It's just while he's president. But then in January, he submitted his final report and resigned. One of those has been published. The other one, now they're blocking the report because, of course, there's nothing in it, right? Okay. So let's see what. There's some bad taste Charlie Kirk jokes in here. I know I didn't like Charlie Kirk when he was alive, and I'm certainly not going to saint him when he's dead, but I'm not going to make jokes about his death either. Like, I think he was a really horrible person, and I think that this kind of idea of lionizing him and making him sort of martyr or some kind of saint. He was literally lying about trans people when he died. He was a horrible person. He hated all kinds of people. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, he was a hateful little He was a hateful little dude. I wonder what happened to my Twitter feed. Everybody that was on Twitter just dropped. Anyway, Charlie Kirk was a jerk. That actually rhymes. Kirk the jerk. But that doesn't mean he deserved to die. I don't think people should be shot and killed because they're jerks. Trump cannot. Okay, so yeah, I knew this would. All right, so let me explain something here because I knew somebody was going to say this. Yes, the president can classify or declassify information, but some information, for instance, like nuclear secrets, can't just be declassified even by the president. But even the documents themselves are never classified. The information on the documents is classified. You can't just say, I want to take this page out of here, but it's classified, so I'm declassifying it. Poof, I'm the president. I can do this with my mind. There's still a process that you have to go through in declassifying it. What you're arguing is that anything that was on those pages, if it was declassified, it would have been subject to the Freedom of Information Act. And any newspaper in the world could have asked for that information and then published it in a newspaper. Like, think about that. Is that your belief? Do you think that it's all legal? Do you think that our battle plans to Iran could be publicly known? Or our nuclear submarine designs should be publicly known? If they were declassified, the information, not the documents, was declassified. And that's why it has to go through a process. Let's say there was a page that had all our undercover agents throughout the world. And he had that piece of paper in there, and then he could just say it was declassified. But then all those names become unclassified. And then anybody can share that information with anybody they want. And it's not even illegal. And if they were declassified, why did the Trump lawyers say that a judge needed to review it and determine which things were classified and which things were not? Like, there's a whole lot wrong with the I can declassify it with my mind. When you declassify something, it actually still has to go through a process because that information is getting declassified. So, for instance, let's say those agents, undercover agents in foreign countries, are still over there. You'd have to bring them back and take care of their safety before that information actually became declassified. So, yes, the president does have authority over what is and is not classified. They can decide to classify something or not, but he can't on a whim just say this page is declassified and then run out. He can't just take it to the bathroom and take a shit and then come back and say, oh, it's classified again. The classification process is not that sloppy because the actual information is actually very, very critical to our national security. And we don't know what the damage was. I don't like any of those jokes. Like, I don't like joking about murder. I don't understand, like, why is George Floyd coming up? George Floyd shouldn't have been murdered. Charlie Kirk shouldn't have been murdered. Like, why is it we even pick and choose who we're allowing to be murdered? Trump didn't do his homework, EU gets. I'm not sure where we got on EU and oil from Russia. All right. Okay. Wow. It's like some of you guys have ADD or something. Hey, we got Simply here saying something. You figure that you're the only one that can run your mouth. Well, I mean, on my podcast, yeah. I mean, yeah, on my podcast where I'm like the only one talking, yes, I feel like but I'm going through and reading uh your comments. It's not like I'm anyway. I'm actually being criticized for talking on my own podcast. Okay. So now let's talk about the whole phone records thing. This is the other thing that they're allegedly interviewing him about. And this is about the phone records. So this is Operation Arctic Frost. This is the actual investigation into January 6th that, again, predated Jack Smith's appointment. April 2022 memo showed A.G. Garland, Deputy General or Attorney General Lisa Monaco, and FBI Director Christopher Wray personally approved opening an investigation that collected phone metadata from Republican lawmakers. And let's distinguish here between phone metadata and phone records or phone calls. All the phone metadata did was say where they were at given times and whether or not they had talked to people. They did not know the certain, contents of any phone calls. And a lot of these, like Jim Jordan, by the way, were actually involved with a lot of the people that were planning to incite violence on January 6th. And again, it was a plan. It wasn't a random accident. So, what was collected? Phone data showing time, place, and length of calls, not recordings of call content. And this was part of Smith's election interference case. And it's valid. Like, they actually had valid reasons. That's like the attorney general, the deputy attorney general, the FBI director, and a judge all signed off on giving the warrant for this because it's not just an investigation into the people, it's an investigation into the crime. So it's not like charges were brought against any of them, but you're trying to understand the full picture of what happened. And part of understanding that full picture is understanding which congressmen were there, which congressmen were, if any, were helping to plan for it. This is an investigation into a crime. There's no malice involved. If there were malice involved, there would have been charges brought. Bogus charges. Like what the DOJ is currently doing with like Letitia James and Adam Schiff and James Comey. Okay, the classified documents case. There were 325 total classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago, including nuclear secrets and intelligence methods. And this is why, like, they weren't intelligence. They had nuclear secrets. Nuclear secrets, even the president cannot unilaterally decide that nuclear secrets are no longer classified. Even that has to go through. There is a legal written process by law that those things have to go through. So the rest of it is still, he can't just declassify it with his mind and make it go away. But most of this stuff he could declassify and go through a process and have it declassified, none of which he did. And when he argued were still classified for the case of the trial. It's so weird how you can say that they were classified for the trial, but they weren't classified when you took them. And even then, it's not just about them being classified. They were documents that didn't belong to him. Even the unclassified ones didn't belong to him. So the charges: willful defense of national defense information, obstruction of justice, and false statements. The evidence: photos of documents in the ballrooms, the bathroom, testimony of obstruction, refusal to return despite the subpoena. And there was all kinds of like video and photographic evidence and witness testimonies that he kept moving it around, kept trying to hide it, kept trying to keep information. He sent back the first batch and signed his name saying this is everything, and then had them secretly move classified documents to a different room. Why is he trying to keep them? Like, people want to compare it to, like the box they found in Joe Biden's garage. There's no evidence that Biden even knew it was there. They don't always pack up their own boxes. Joe Biden's the one that asked the FBI to come and search his own house so that he could make sure that he was in the clear. Would he have done that if he knew that those classified documents were there? If he was really trying to keep those classified documents, don't you think he would have moved them somewhere? And we're not even sure that the information was still classified. But no, so these are not the same thing. Joe Biden went out of his way to work with the FBI. Trump went out of his way to obfuscate and obstruct the FBI. So nuclear secrets law, no authorization to possess, regardless of classification status. So even if he did declassify the nuclear secrets, it's still illegal to have them. Information versus documents. Law protects information content, not physical documents. Declassification argument doesn't apply. So if you had the same information on two different documents in two different places, and you just classify one, it doesn't mean that does the other one become declassified, the person in the other person's hand? Like, it's just a silly thing to think that pages and papers get declassified and not information. That's not how it works. So then obstruction, he was hiding documents from the FBI, moving boxes, having attorneys make false statements about compliance. If this had gone to trial, he would have lost. So the Trump's declassification, his defense, he says he declassified everything, which we have established he did not. The special master farce. So this is what Trump requested a special master to review these documents. Appointment was overturned by the 11th Circuit, who noted the logical absurdity. If Trump disclassified everything, he has no executive privilege claim. Like, if he declassified everything, why do you need a special master to decide what's classified and not? Then Judge Cannon dismissed the case in July 2024, ruling Smith's appointment unconstitutional, a ruling at odds with decades of special counsel precedent. Smith appealed but dropped the case after Trump's election win. So he didn't, MAGA wants you to believe that, that he was exonerated or something. No, he just kind of won, and the time ran out. But what he did, he still tried to overthrow the government. He still tried to steal classified documents. Well, he succeeded. He just wasn't able to keep them forever. We don't know who saw what. We don't know how much he damaged national security. We don't know that. Documented evidence, multiple investigations produced substantial evidence. The Mueller report, January 6th committee testimony, 325 classified documents, obstruction evidence, witness testimony under oath. There is all kinds of evidence that he committed response. And you won't see one MAGA say that he did anything wrong. Lindsey Graham will go to the floor for this man. Even though Lindsey Graham knows darn well what he did was illegal. The only time he ever spoke the truth was on January 6th after the attacks, when he was drunk as a skunk. Whatever bottle of whiskey he had in his bottom file drawer, he'd been drinking it, and he was letting loose with the lips. And when he changed his vote, that's the only time he's been honest about Donald Trump. Consistent strategy of attacking investigators. Jack Smith has done nothing wrong. Letitia James has done nothing wrong. Bragg did nothing wrong. None of them have been wrong. Pursuing baseless counter investigations and protecting Trump from accountability through legal maneuvering and pardons. Despite substantial evidence in multiple cases, Trump avoided prosecution. All right. So that's what I have to say about that. Dems do nothing wrong either. Just ask one. Hey, the Democrat that Joe Biden or that Donald Trump just pardoned, he should be in jail. The senator from New Jersey that was convicted of crimes, he should be in jail. I am not saying Democrats do nothing wrong. But can you tell me one wrong thing that Republicans have done? I voted for the governor in Illinois. I was living in Illinois at the time. I can't remember his name. The one with the hair that Trump pardoned. Yeah, Democrats do things wrong. I am not saying Democrats are perfect. But can you tell me one thing that Trump has done wrong? And if I say that, they'll be like, "Oh, he hasn't killed enough immigrants yet." Who is Lindsey Graham was drunk. Watch his speech that he gave on January 6th after the chaos had. He was so obviously under the influence. Go dig him up. I don't know who I'm supposed to dig up. MAGA often escape immediate consequences due to the power of the office, media loyalty, and mobilized voter support. And I think, to a large degree, you had like Merrick Garland and Joe Biden were traditionalists and institutionalists, and they actually didn't want to institutionalize the Department of Justice. So they almost overswung in terms of not responding to actual crimes. Like they should have right away. That should have been one of both of their first priorities, is to go after. Like I would have, I think that what they should have done is when Mitch McConnell wouldn't vote to impeach and said, you've got a, judicial system, use that. They should have said, okay, we're going to take your word up on it. And then just immediately started that investigation and finished it before the year was over. So lots of Charlie Kirk jokes here still. MAGA do not face immediate consequences. Yeah. That's more they kind of know how to manipulate the system. Democrats are the dumbest people on the planet. It's funny how you insult my intelligence, and yet you can't actually say anything that's wrong with what I'm saying, other than just more insults or whatever, or just hysterical nonsense. If anybody actually has a substantive response to anything, I'm open to it, but we're not getting any. He hired Kash Patel. How he is director, even the FBI has already just grown sick of him. Trump lives in his own head. I'm not sure he does. I'm not sure anybody lives up there. He can't even stay awake for the cabinet praise meetings anymore. He's not, he's not draining the swamp like he started. Oh, yeah. That's not a criticism. He's made $11 billion. He has not just not drained the swamp like he promised. What is the swamp? He's made the swamp, dude. The swamp is Peter Thiel. The swamp is Donald Trump. The swamp is the Binance guy. He's made $11 billion off of the swamp. He's not just draining the swamp. He's making it. He's creating the swamp. He's got a $1 billion airplane donated to him by Saudi Arabia, and he's defending the Prince of Saudi Arabia, who sawed up a journalist. He is the swamp. How did he make 11 million? Okay, when he pardoned the Binance guy, the Binance made his own currency Bitcoin thing, and just gave it to him. And now it is currently worth $11 billion. So he pardoned the CEO of Binance. Then his family makes $11 billion off of crypto. And within months, and you want me to believe those things? And they weren't, and the crypto was made by the Binance guy. Binance is like a crypto exchange. That's how he made $11 billion. Look it up. Like, look up things. And I know that they're not telling you about this on Fox News. And they're not telling you about it on MS Now either. These are like, but they're valid. They're very real. Look up Trump Binance crypto. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like this is they're Trump 2028. I'm gonna own the libs. Woo hoo hoo. Look, like no, he's not gonna win in 2028. He's not gonna run. You think that and like JD Vance, like JD Vance inspires who? Erica Kirk, who dresses like a couch. Okay, Nasty Pelosi made 30. Okay. No one can talk sense into Trump. Trump chose himself as the World Economic Advisor. The swamp is the illegals and the drug cartels he's pardoning, or the drug cartels he's murdering. Which drug cartels are you talking about? Are you talking about the drug cartels like Juan Orlando Hernandez helped? Or are you talking about the ones that are driving boats? And how is the swamp illegals? Like that doesn't even make sense. Nothing, like this is just an irrational thing. That's not what he meant when he said the swamp. Both sides do it. Along with a homophobic insult. Okay, if both sides do it, then why aren't you criticizing both sides? Why are you using Nancy Pelosi allegedly making $30 million? Legally, by the way. She hasn't broken any laws. With Trump pardoning people and then getting billions of dollars in recompense. Like, can't that be just seen on its face? That plane isn't Trump's. I'm aware of the technicality, but Trump is the only one who will ever use that plane. It's even worse than if they gave it to him, because if they gave it to him, he would have to pay taxes on it. Instead, they give it to him. He doesn't pay taxes on it because the government, it's owned by the government now. The government puts $500 million into trussing it up for him. And then after he leaves office, it goes to his library and he just gets to use it as his own private plane that the government continues to pay for. So this is just using the law to get around the spirit of the law. This is an emolument. And if Joe Biden had taken that gift and then said, I'm going to put it in my library, James Comer would be like just clucking himself to death. So and then we got Todd saying good for him. Like, it's okay when it's okay when Republicans do it. That kind of. Do you want us to believe that there's nobody making money on insider? I think that both parties do make money off of insider trading. I think that what the reality is first of all, with Nancy Pelosi, it's not so much her, it's her husband, and her husband may or may not be using information that he has to make trades, but that's kind of like he's not a trader, but like a hedge fund manager. That's like his livelihood was hedge fund manager before Nancy Pelosi even ran for office, number one. Number two, I'm for the law that they're trying to pass that says that you can't use information like that bars elected officials from being able to trade and their families. But right now there is no law. She has not broken any laws. And yes, she maybe has made money off of insider information. And many Republicans have and many Democrats have. But you are the one that is specifying one person that's been there for 30 years. So there's also obviously a lot more time to make more money. What about Marjorie Taylor Greene? What about Lauren Boebert? Go and look. Everybody's making money off of these trades, which is why we need to do a law against it. But that's not the swamp. MAGA support horrible behavior by rationalizing actions, dismissing evidence, prioritizing political identity or group loyalty over evidence, voting their own rights into non-existence. Well, this is like one of the most cogent responses I've seen. Everything of this is absolutely 100% true. This is a great comment. Trump gives them the green light to act like an animal. We nicknamed J.D. Vance as Peter Pan. He never grew up. That's way too nice of a nickname for him. I call him, I can't say what I call him. It has to do with couches and fornicating. Saudi prince had a guy killed. How many died at the Clintons' behest? 9. Like you guys are like, you know, like you can watch all of this information, all this stuff that Trump has done, all this documented, vetted evidence that has been through a grand jury and been indicted, and you know, but none of that matters. But somebody on Twitter said that Hillary Clinton had somebody, you know, killed, you know, or Obama's cook died or whatever it is, and it's all of a sudden that's a grand conspiracy. If they know anybody that ever died, they're the reason they had them killed. 200,000 salary, she a millionaire. I mean, yeah. Because her husband is a hedge fund manager. Are you going to like analyze everybody that way? And even if you make 200,000 for 30 years, you're probably a millionaire unless you're really, really irresponsible with your money. Because, you know, back 30 years ago, if you were making 200,000, you had like 50,000 a year of expendable income that you could invest. Like, this is just like, you want, like, why are you talking about Nancy Pelosi right now? Why is that the thing you're fixating on? Does Nancy Pelosi making millions off of being the Speaker of the House or whatever it is you believe, how does that change whether or not Donald Trump stole classified information or whether or not Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government? It's a deflection. Dude, think about what we're talking about, okay, Todd? You can feel free to continue to comment, but if you could stay on topic, that would just be swell. Named a law about, yeah, them naming a law about insider trading about her doesn't make her any more guilty than anybody else. It just makes the naming the law partisan. And I like I said, I'm for the law, and the law is bipartisan. Like people from both parties are for the law. Naming it the Nancy Pelosi Act or whatever is just partisan. It doesn't mean that she's the only one that does it or she's the reason they did it. Why are politicians allowed to be shareholders? I think that we need to look at that and understand things more. Like, or at least like if you're going to invest in the stock market while you're an elected representative, your hands are off. Like keep it in a trust of some sort. Like I don't agree that if you're an elected representative, you shouldn't be allowed to invest money, but there should be a wall between your vote and your income. And, I absolutely agree with that. And we need to look more into how to do that. I'm not defending Nancy Pelosi as being an insider trader. If she, in fact she is, when she's never been convicted of anything or even charged with anything. She's just been accused of it. I bet you were okay with Hillary deleting emails. I think that what I can say is that was all investigated and no charges were brought. And by the same person that announced, anyway, she did not do anything that warranted charges. And just so you know, the way emails work, because apparently you don't understand this. If I send somebody an email, then there's a record on my account, and there's also a record on the person who sent its account. So all the email correspondence between Hillary Clinton's private server and her and the FBI server was on the FBI server. So there are no missing emails that were official emails. All the missing emails were by court. They were allowed to go through and delete her personal emails. That has been so distorted. But again, what Hillary's emails have to do with Donald Trump trying to overthrow the government and steal classified documents are two entirely different things. Why do you have to, if what Hillary did is wrong, then what Donald Trump did is wrong? You want to have it like that there's this double standard where you get to have a double standard and only you get to have it. I think that why do politicians own $1.7 million homes? I think there is some. It's not that all millionaires became millionaires by being congressmen. A good portion of congressmen and senators were millionaires before they became congressmen and senators, and because they were millionaires and they had large stock portfolios before they ever became representatives and senators, they also have stock markets and whatnot now, or stocks and stock portfolio now. So I think there's an easy correlation thing here. And correlation isn't causation. And a good example of this is two things that correlate really, really well together are ice cream sales and shark attacks in Florida. And if you look, both of those things, like the numbers are almost perfectly aligned. And so somebody could look at that and say, buying ice cream causes you to be attracted or attacked by sharks. When in reality, the weather warms up, so you're more likely to buy ice cream and you're more likely to go to the beach. And if you're more likely to go to the beach, you're more likely to get attacked by sharks. The correlation is not the causation. Neither one is causing the other. It's just there is another thing that causes both. So the stock market has been going up for years, and you have rich people that run for office because, frankly, you kind of need to be rich to run for office. Like most people that are living paycheck to paycheck can't just run for office because they need to make money to live. So just the default that you need to make money to live keeps most people from having the time, energy, and money to run for office. So there's already a correlation there. It's not always a causation. And I'll say that for like any politician, I don't care what their party is, unless you have certain instances like Lauren Boebert, where, you know, they thought she would be a win, and the RNC like really backed her candidacy and gave her, you know, like basically she didn't have to worry about working because she could live off of her campaign funds. But most people aren't giving that campaign fund. All I'm saying is allegedly she's having a baby. It doesn't matter. I don't know what doesn't matter. Sorry, I got caught up in code for a new Epstein wiki I am building. Oh, wow. You know code too. Is there anything you don't know, Kitty? Okay, I don't know what's BS, but at least you articulated exactly why. At least you admit I don't know what I admitted. Brett is so sarcastic. How are they millionaires now? Who? I mean, if they're millionaires before, do you think that they give away all their money when they go? Okay. Okay, Doug's going to shut down my page in 10 minutes. The administration shoots fishing boats, calls them narco-terrorists, and then the president proceeds to pardon the drug. Yeah. It's like there's no logical consistency. One time I was saying, I was like, Donald Trump is about as consistent as a generic octotarian with like serious bowel syndrome. And I was saying it to be a joke, and I realized he is basically an octogenarian with serious bowel syndrome. 1 year shy of an octogenarian. He literally craps his pants. So it's actually what he is. So when I say he's about as consistent as that, he actually is both logically and physically as consistent as that. Imagine if Kamala Harris was president. I think we'd be doing a lot better, honestly. I don't think she, like, this reality that you live in, this thing, you have no idea what's going on. That plane is Trump's because it's effectively it is, except he doesn't have to pay taxes on it. That's the only difference. Like, do people realize that, oh, it's going, it's not a personal gift. It's better than a personal gift. If it were a personal gift, he would have to pay taxes on that $500 million. And he would not have another $500 million taxpayer dollars going into updating it. Because they're smarter than, I don't know who's smarter than me. Lots of people are smarter than me. But that doesn't mean that they're proving me wrong. Politicians use our government to personally enrich themselves. They do. And I am from both sides. When what's his name? The New Jersey senator did it. I was not like defending him for doing that. Why do Republicans say, well, both sides do it? When you say both sides do it, and I don't think that this commenter is one of them, but like, is Trump doing it? Did Trump make $11 billion off of pardoning the CEO of Binance? Giving a guy a coin that became popular is against the law. Well, it's not against the law, but pardoning somebody that gives you a currency, not a coin. There's a difference between a coin and a currency that is worth $11 billion should definitely be something that you would consider shouldn't be legal. MAGA is king. So what? But I bet you get really, really mad when we say no kings, right? Why would a poor person defend a pedophile that were never ever? Because they have done this for hundreds of years. They've it's always been a different scapegoat. But if the illegals are allowed to come here, then they're going to take everything from the poor white people. Well, I brought Trump coins. Okay. Who do you think those are? I don't know what you're thinking of with Trump coins. Are you talking about like his little his actual coins? Are you talking about his currency? Because I know he's got his little novelty coins that he sold, but this is actually a currency. The left isn't killing and rioting. Did you get your Trump phone yet? I don't think anybody did. Isn't that a part, like they a bunch of people bought phones and nobody actually got them? Too scared you. Are you saying I'm not speaking my mind, or somebody else? Some of these comments seem to be cross-talked. Yeah, Trump made me. Yeah, sure. Virgil, I believe you. No riots when Charlie died. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, are you saying because, are you equating Charlie Kirk being assassinated with hundreds of years of history of black people being legally murdered by police and there being actual protests about it? Are you saying that that 40 million people should have risen up in protest? What was the policy that allowed for Charlie Kirk to die? Who defended Charlie Kirk being murdered? I know there were some like cuckoos on TikTok that ran videos of, like them laughing about it, but nobody was like saying that it was just like, this is just a weird thing. How do you get to Charlie Kirk out of Trump stealing classified documents and trying to overthrow the government? Why were you on the island? Did he buy you? Are you okay? I don't know what island you're talking about. And Biden showered with his. She said that he did not molest her. And she said that quote was taken out of context and that it did not mean what she said. And she actually sued and won for the whole thing. So maybe you should actually learn something. And again, what does this have to do with Donald Trump? You riot for a Como. I don't know what a Como is. It's again, there's always got to be. Why do MAGAs hate apostrophes? Why the war on apostrophes? You talk about the war on Christmas as though it's real. The war on apostrophes is insane. Why is it that every single MAGA has to like deny the existence of apostrophes? IT apostrophe S, Nigel. Please stop this. There are children growing up not knowing how to use apostrophes because of people like you. They exist for a reason. If it's really hard for you, if you really struggle with it that much, you can always type "it is." All right. I know it's a struggle. I know punctuation is a struggle. That's why you just like have to, use 2-word sentences and stuff. But at least if you're going to use a 2-word sentence, can you please at least get it grammatically correct? Okay. What makes you think God is on your side? Honestly. Have you ever considered maybe he's not? Maybe Donald Trump is not, like maybe God's not a fan of Donald Trump. Not as many as Trump killed with his drone strikes. This is a documented fact. You people need to learn to look up things. Good morning from Australia. Australia is on my list of places I want to go. Like it's on my bucket list. I really love the idea of going there. Okay. Pelosi is the biggest crook of a mall. I never met a mall that was a crook. If you loser Air Force clown. Okay. Again, grammar, dude. Grammar. See, I went into the Air Force because my ASVAB scores were too high to get into the Army. Yes, he did. Because that terrorist was the one who planned the Fort Bragg shooting and actually killed people. Why are you like you're sitting there accusing me of defending terrorists because I'm saying don't murder people on boats. And then you're defending that by saying Obama killed an actual terrorist, and I'm okay with that. So what you're saying is it's okay to kill people as long as they're not American. Whether they're terrorists or not is secondary. A 20-year she didn't come in penniless, Mike. So anyway, there's a bunch of people that are just like apparently just incapable of moving past Nancy Pelosi. Do you know the difference between a coin and a cryptocurrency? When they talk about crypto coins, they are not talking about a physical coin, George. Oh my goodness. That is like, are you seriously under the impression that your little novelty Trump coin is an actual cryptocurrency? Are you confused as to the difference between those? Pelosi made. I don't know why we're so stuck on Nancy Pelosi. I'm going to scroll down here because anyway, I'm going to scroll past some of the comments. Oh, because here's something from Kitty. Kitty usually has something good to say. So nothing, absolutely nothing trumps that. If you support Trump, you are either a pedophile with child porn on your computer, or you are a supporter of pedophile that he brings me. And then, I mean, why is the GOP so intent on, and not everybody in the GOP, there are some people that I give credit to that I disagree with on just about everything that have stepped up. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think that she was brought into her political position because she really thought the whole QAnon thing was true, right? And she really thinks that molesting children is bad. And she has really gone to bat. And when she gave her when the survivors had their press conference and she was with them, a number of them talked about how much she had supported them. And I'll give her credit for that. I do not like her at all, but I can tell you that in this instant, I agree with her. I think what she did for those women is good and deserves credit. I disagree with virtually everything that comes out of Rand Paul's mouth. But what he has been saying about the boat strikes is accurate. It does not matter if they were terrorists or if they were drug dealers or not. They weren't terrorists. They're not terrorists just because Donald Trump said so. If you are willing to concede that the president can just determine that any person can be murdered and they're murdered, then you are wrong. And that is the entire basis for murdering these people. There is no law that says that it's okay to murder people because you think they might be drug smugglers. One charge, yes. It was actually 34 charges, became 34 felonies because he wrote 34 checks. And he wasn't convicted of paying off some adult star. If he had paid off that adult star and then when he filed his taxes, reported it as paying off some adult star, he wouldn't have been convicted of any felonies. He was convicted of falsifying his accounting statements 34 different times because that's what he did. Either the laws apply to Trump or they don't. You want to make it out that it shouldn't apply to him. And people, like, when this was happening, people were like, oh, this is a novelty charge. Nobody ever gets charged with this. There are over 1,000 people a year that get charged with that very thing, because usually when you're obfuscating your accountant statements, it's to cover up felonies. People aren't typically doing it just for fun. Okay. So we got more Hillary stuff. I'm just kind of browsing. All Doug can do is type Trump. He's got nothing else, right? Okay. So nothing. Okay, so we're back to that one. Do you agree these monthly dividends politicians collect out of corporate? I don't know. I think it's probably too general a connection. Like I said, I think that the way that this should operate is that if you're an elected official, especially like in Congress or the Senate or president, that you should have a hedge fund, like a trust fund, and you can designate somebody to be it, but there's got to be a wall between the two of you, and you can't have any say in what goes on with your funds. You can't even like have any contact with them. Like it's just it's run independently. Because I do think that being a congressman, you should still be allowed to like save money for retirement and stuff. Like I don't think that they shouldn't be allowed to make money, but I don't think that they should be allowed to make money off of their votes. There is absolutely zero, none. Doug supports horrible people by rationalizing actions, dismissing evidence, and prioritizing political identity or group loyalty over ethics. Sycophant. I have a word that I use, Brett. You might like this. I call it sycophantasy, and this is like a combination of two words, sycophant and fantasy. And you know how they have all these images of Trump, these AI pictures where he's like a superhero riding a scimitar, fighting a war, or he's an astronaut or whatever, and he's always like this big buff guy that has like real hair instead of like one comb over from his ear hair. Like they have this kind of fantasy of what Trump is. And they, like they say, he's the greatest president ever, and this is the greatest. Everything has to be the greatest ever, and it's just this fantasy wrapped in sycophantry, and I call it sycophantasy. That's MAGA in a nutshell. There is no economic policy that is worth it. And so it's like, I mean, this seems to be like, to me, would be a deal breaker, right? He wasn't tried in left-leaning courts. And this whole idea of right-leaning or left-leaning courts is just silly. It's like there's laws, there's juries. You can't just say that judge and and then it matters. Like actual law matters. Lawfare. What do you call going after Letitia James? What do you call going after Adam Schiff? What do you call going after James? This was not lawfare. Again, I just went through a whole thing, a whole deck, showing that it wasn't just that. There were actual things that Donald Trump actually did that were actually illegal. That's not lawfare. What they're trying to do to Letitia James or whatever is bogus charges. That's why they couldn't even indict her with a real attorney. A higher chance of what than getting hit by lightning? I don't know what you're comparing and saying isn't. Okay, I don't know which comparison you're saying to, but ISIS and drug cartels are not comparable because again, ISIS is actually a terrorist group that actually kills people to try to make political change. Cartels do not do that, so they are not comparable. They are both violent, they are both criminal, but one is a terrorist and one is not. Why wasn't Joe charged for stealing classified? I went through all that. You can go back. I'm not going to explain it again, but I went through all that earlier, so you can go back and watch. Okay. Apples are fruits. Oranges are fruits. Are apples oranges? Doug is a gymnast. Mental gymnastics avoid reality and truth. It's no longer Democrats against Republicans. It's rich versus poor, and you're definitely not rich on YouTube chat. The difference between the two is GOP and the citizens were taken away by our freedom of speech. That is sedition, traitors, domestic, using lawfares, and none of that even makes sense. I do not know a single person that was convicted of crime for convicted of the crime of saying something that somebody disagreed with. I know that there were people that were convicted of trespassing, that were convicted of seditious conspiracy, that were convicted of beating police officers. And they know that it didn't happen in kangaroo courts. I know it happened in actual courts where people were brought to a grand jury, had indictments done, and then they either confessed to the crime or 12 jurors found them guilty. I know that they had a right to counsel. I know that they had defense lawyers. I don't know what you think that they didn't get that they should have gotten, but you may be getting your information from right-wing podcasts. He is a Dem. I don't know what I'm good at, but thank you for the compliment. I'm glad I'm good at something. If you leaned any further left, you would fall over. I'm actually pretty moderate, to be honest. I'm just saying murder is bad. That doesn't make me like an extremist. We disagree. Public offices, rich people, career fair. Our public office. I don't know. I don't. Who is the we here? I don't know. Thank you. Ah, shucks. Now you're going to make me blush. So you're behind the 8 ball by still caring about red or blue. There is no red. And this is like really, I wish that more people would think like Brett does here. This is not about left versus right. I was thinking about this yesterday. So hear me out. If you had a kind of Monopoly game, right? Let's say we had Republican Monopoly. Okay. And the goal is the same, right? And Monopoly, the game was actually originally they created it to show the problems with capitalism. Because in the end, the winner gets everything and everybody else is broke and homeless. Right? That's the goal of Monopoly, to make you realize capitalism sucks. But let's call Republican Monopoly and just make a few rule changes. Like one of the rule changes is the banker gets 90% of the money to start with. Another rule, the banker can just change the rules whenever he wants. Another rule, if you're white, you start off with more money than if you're black. Another rule, if you are a male, or if you're a woman, you can only get 80% of your properties. Like if somebody lands on your space, you only get 80% of that value. If you're black and you go to jail, you have to stay there for 12 turns. If you're white and you go to jail, you have to stay there for 1 turn. All the community and chance cards that are good go to white people. All the community and chance cards that are bad go to black people. So, and the kicker of it all, you don't get a get out of jail free card, you get a pay off your pardon card. And so then you can pay the banker and get a pardon to get out of jail. But the banker also has absolute immunity and he can't go to jail at all. This is what I call Republican monopoly, and this is actual real life in today's world. And so what's going to happen is you're going to have the fringe, the poor white people are going to end up with more money than the poor black people. And then they're going to laugh while all the poor black people get, go bankrupt. And then they're next. The wealthy white people throughout the history of our country have been saying it's the poor colored people. But first it was the slaves once they're freed. Then it was the slaves that they're not being sharecroppers. And then it was the blacks that are going to come and take your factory jobs in the Industrial Revolution. The blacks that are going to make your housing value go down if they move into the neighborhood. It's always been white people making poor white people afraid of black people. And now it's just the same thing, but it's brown people. It's white people making poor white people afraid of brown people. Brown people are the reason you don't have jobs. Brown people are the reasons you don't have a house. And yeah, you can laugh and celebrate the dehumanization of illegal immigrants. But when they all get thrown out, our GDP is going to take a huge hit and your job is going to go away. The only difference between being a poor white person and a poor black person in monopoly is the same as the difference between a poor white person and a poor black person in American life. It's just how long it takes you to go broke. It's inevitable either way. And all the rich people, like your Donald Trumps and your Peter Thiels and all of those guys, are sitting there laughing and laughing and laughing that you're sitting there attacking other poor people as though they're part of your problem. No, your problem is the rich people. Every single policy Donald Trump has done, the big beautiful bill, which is only beautiful if you're a rich white person, is the largest transfer of wealth from poor people to rich people in the history of the country. The ACA is going to take away health insurance for most middle class people that don't have job insurance or insurance through their jobs. And that's going to eventually cause the collapse of the entire insurance industry, because you're going to have something called death spirals, where more and more the expense of health insurance is going to go up. And so fewer people are going to be able to participate, which means fewer people are paying into the medical system, which means that insurance premiums are going to go up more, which means more people are going to opt out. And eventually it's going to hit people that have employment through their the insurance through their employment. They're going to have to pay more money, to help it along, or they're going to get less raises. They're going to get no promotions. They're not going to get the same kind of bonuses for Christmas or whatever. These things aren't free, but they're just not going to exist. You're going to end up in a society where you can't get health care, but at least the illegals aren't getting it either. When the illegals were never getting it, but you bought into the racist hate mongering. And so you ended up costing yourself insurance. You ended up costing yourself SNAP benefits. So, because when you lost your job because you cheered that the immigrants were getting chased away from getting prevented from picking fruit or whatever, you lost your job at the grocery store because they couldn't sell fruit because they didn't have fruit to sell. Like, everything has ramifications. And you've got rich people that are making more money off of all of this policy while the bottom 80% of the country is suffering. That's why Donald Trump says there's no affordability crisis, because he doesn't have to worry about what he can afford. And he's not talking to anybody. You think he ever has to go to the grocery store and worry about the price of beef? You think he even ever been to a grocery store? But he can tell you it's fake because he doesn't know. But you know, you've been to a grocery store. You know it's more expensive. Do you believe him when he says it's not? Do you think you're the exception and not the rule? So yeah, it's about the rich versus the poor. But the poor white people are the weapon the rich use to beat poor people of color with. Pay attention. That's what it means to be woke, to understand and look at these things for what they are. Okay. Why does right-wing Christians want people to carry pregnancies to term? And soon as it's born, they want to rip food stamps away from it. It's so mind-boggling that they're just they're programmed to just regurgitate MAGA nonsense. Because of July 13th, on July 13th, it's called paintball to the ear, no human ear. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Okay. He'll like that. Oh, I see. He's talking about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. George is still, I don't know which one. Yes, I know the difference between Americans and drug cartels. And it's completely irrelevant. Americans can belong to drug cartels and Americans can be terrorists. The difference that we need to worry about is the difference between a drug cartel and a terrorist. Trump invited the head of Al Qaeda into the White House on Veterans Day. This is the guy. And he invited like Nazis over for dinner, like literal actual Nazis over for dinner. Oh, why do you say it's Nazi? In my opinion, I have no. What is that even supposed to mean? Do I look like I have blue hair? It's like when they just like start this going on these like weird blue hair, transgender homophobia race. I mean, like they're just lost. So they're just like, it's like their brain is short circuiting. And so they're just like spewing out the most insane nonsense that comes to their mind. I agree that IQs are pretty meaningless. Most people with high IQs think it's meaningless. Not saying that, IQ is actually, if you research it, IQ is the whole notion of IQ has racist roots. MAGA argument is always Biden, Pelosi. Yeah, it's like never the actual topic. They need to go to something else. Like Donald Trump stole classified documents. Doesn't matter what Hillary did. Doesn't matter what Obama did. Doesn't matter what anybody else did. Either he stole classified documents, and also whether they're classified or not, he stole government documents. He lied about giving them back. He was charged with crimes for it. Those are facts. And, like all your little whatabouting doesn't do anything. I know, I've been through this, Todd. They're considered as terrorists because Donald Trump said they're terrorists. But again, they aren't actually terrorists. They do not have political motivations. Terrorists have political motivations. Just calling them terrorists does not make them terrorists. That's the difference. He got robbed of his money. There's no coin. I haven't looked at it, but his social media stock had plunged to like $10 the other day. I don't know how far down it is. But yeah, all the people that were like laughing at me for how much money how Donald Trump was going to make them rich, they've lost all their money now. My vet patients still A hot blinking mess. Oh, so you're veteran page. Kitty's counselor. And you know, I this is like on the Afghanistan guy and his mental health issues. They're saying it's mental health issues. While they're trying to say it's because he was embedded. And they say he was radicalized while he was over here. I don't think he was radicalized while he was over here. I think he just was not treated while he was over here. And so he became radical, not because somebody was telling him to become radical, but because he didn't know how to deal with the crap the American government made him do. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I know. So sometimes I think there's conversations between two of you that I don't know what's going on in that conversation. TDS full. Kangaroo court, slough hair doesn't apply. How Kelly. Kitty and Brett. Yeah, I think you two are awesome. Yeah, so somebody cheering for Trump to do something unconstitutional. Okay. Well, I don't know what I said half an hour ago. Okay, sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. Just make a comment on what you said. I don't know what comment I said half an hour ago that you're referring to. So if you could specify exactly what you were replying to, I can give you feedback. Trump devotion syndrome is this like, you know, I think the TDS was actually originally meant to be like a slur against people that were like for Trump because of exactly the kind of behavior they're practicing here. But they act like it's a real thing. They act like Trump is so completely above blame that if you dare question him, you must have some sort of mental disorder. And I don't understand that. Like, I could say, you know, there's one thing that he did that I agree with what he did about the pharmacy thing. I think that's a good thing. I think he did what Democrats have been saying to do for 20 years, but at least he did it. I'll give him credit for that. He put his name on it and pretended like it was his idea, but he still did it. So I give him credit for that. Okay. You just keep going on. I've addressed this like 11 times. When the world finally swings back to normal, maybe we can finally bring these types of people into the light. And that's, you know, this is one thing. I think there's this kind of retribution view that a lot of Democrats have, that like let the MAGAs get what they want. You know, they voted for this, but hospitals are going to be closing in rural areas. Farms are going to be shutting down in rural areas. Entire farming towns are going to be ghosted in rural areas because the main things that support those towns are the farming communities and the the hospitals. Donald Trump has now said he's lowering the tariffs on certain things. That actually means that, again, the corporations are going to benefit from that, but the people that manufacture things that aren't mega corporations didn't have money to stock up for months ahead on their supplies before the tariffs kicked in. So they had to buy stuff at the tariff price, and then they have to sell them at the tariff price or take a loss on those things. Meanwhile, the corporations could buy all this stuff ahead of time before the tariffs kicked in and then wait until the prices go up and then sell them. So they make more money off of the tariffs versus the middle class people who end up losing their business because of the tariffs. Like, There is a lot to really consider here. And I think that MAGAs have been put in a bubble. I think that part of it is cultural. I think part of it is TV and Fox News. And I think that they don't understand and don't see a lot of the facts that are actually there, as you know, like you can see in the comment section. There's a lot of stuff they just don't know. Like it's true, like about the Coast Guard. This is not something that is I'm not the only one saying this. This is actually true, and the Coast Guard has actually said this. But MAGAs are going to suffer, but I don't look at it as MAGAs are going to suffer. I'm looking at it as people are going to suffer. If the hospital shuts down and you have to, the next nearest hospital is 50 miles away, you're going to die of a heart attack because you just do not have the time to get to that hospital. I don't care who you voted for. I think it's terrible that people are going to die because rural hospitals are going to shut down. I think it's terrible that people are going to lose their jobs because rural hospitals are going to shut down and rural farms are going to go bankrupt. Like, I want what's best for America. I don't want what's best for Democrats or what's worse for MAGAs. I want everybody to be able to survive and make a living and have health care, not just the people I agree with. Like, I want MAGAs to understand that we are not just a vindictive people, that we actually want what's best for America and we want what's best for them. Like, I want what's best for you. I don't understand why there's so much vitriol. I love your puns and Schrodinger's Immigrant. Yeah, so I had a show, Schrodinger's Immigrant, where it's like the idea that somehow immigrants are both taking away all your jobs and sitting around not working and collecting all your tax money at the same time. So, you know, and so Doug's here. He's still just yelling and screaming. I came here for the putting the, I need to put more puns in my pun shows. Democrats with her Obamacare. Boy, that would, like, none of that is true. There's not like a fraud associated with Obamacare. The veteran is not a fantasy. I don't know what that means. Okay. Funny, Obama and Clinton appointed judge blocked. Yes, they're judges. You realize that judges are still judges. And you realize that some of Trump's policies have been blocked by Trump appointed judges. And if Clinton is on the list, if Clinton raped children, Clinton should go to jail. I don't know what all of this is supposed to mean, Todd. It's just like you just shout words that deflect from, what does that have to do with anything? Yes, presidents are allowed to appoint judges, even if you didn't vote for them. I think the Trump appointed judges are still judges. Eileen Cannon was a Trump appointed judge. Some people argue a very unqualified Trump appointed judge who made very partisan issues or rulings against the Biden administration. Boiling a frog, you are no different than a woman. King Newsom. I don't know how I feel about him. I don't know who I want to run in 2028. Well, he wasn't. I mean, how do you hide a fact that isn't true? How can this administration wipe out fishing boats, call them narco terrorists, and in the same breath, the president pardons? And this is like like I've asked so many MAGAs, can you explain? They've never had an answer. The The guy that laundered money for the Sinaloa cartel, the guy that Juan Orlando Hernandez, who trafficked for the Sinaloa cartel, and the son of El Chapo was brought over here, who was arrested under the Biden administration, but now has been offered this sweetheart deal where 17 of his family members were brought over here and get government protection, which, like, Kamala Harris doesn't get anymore. But they get government protection. Same cartel. Why is he so intimate with the Sinaloa cartel, which is not only the most violent cartel in the world, it also is responsible for smuggling the most fentanyl of any cartel in the world? Why is he buddying up with the Sinaloa cartel, or at least its allies, if he's so against fentanyl? Like, I've never heard anybody even try to address that. It's always, what about ism, or I support, drug trafficking and whatever. So you're absolutely, like, this kind of stuff. Someone on Yahoo said Trump and family has. I don't like to use words like that word. I don't know anything about it. And I don't want to comment because I'm not. Democrats will. We can. The SCOTUS is like, here's what is bothering me about the SCOTUS the most. They're not justifying any of their legal. They're not justifying things. They're not actually writing opinions, because they know if they do, it's just going to get trashed by every legal expert in the world, or at least in America. Like, they're making legal opinions. They're taking things on, like, whatever the special docket where, and then they're just like rubber stamping what Trump wants to do without even defending their position. I absolutely, if I were running for president, I would run on unstacking the Supreme Court. What I would do, this is what nobody's talked about. You don't have to add more seats. You can take away seats. I would take away 3 of their seats, and then I'd wait a year and I'd add 3 back. Leticia, okay. Then why can't they indict her? Why can't they get a grand jury to agree with it? You think that Leticia James is a crook, but you're ignoring that Donald Trump actually committed, like, many, many crimes. And you can indict a ham sandwich, but you can't indict James Crook, or Leticia James. So maybe she's not a crook, at least by law. The only thing in Venezuela is oil. There's no chemicals there to make fentanyl. And they don't grow cocaine there either. Well, cocoa. Most of it's in Colombia. It's trafficked through Venezuela, some of it, but only like 10% of it. And most of that goes to Europe, not America. I don't know what to say about that. Kelly is slamming content commenters. I do my best. So you are saying if a prosecutor and judge agree, is it not? I don't know what that means. Okay. I will say this. There is nothing different about the trials that Donald Trump went through that every other American doesn't get. If you want to say that there are some problems with the judicial system and our legal process, I am saying that those problems were not problems that were affected by Donald Trump. Donald Trump got the benefit of the doubt and everything more than anybody, any defendant in the history of the country. Here's the deal, Cully. The left hates Trump no matter what he does. Okay, that's all neither here nor there. Donald Trump committed crimes. You can say, well, the left hates Trump, and then that justifies you defending him or whatever. I don't know what that even means. Like, if I don't like Trump, could it be because Trump has done things I don't like? Like, is it I don't like Trump because, and that's why I don't like the things he does? Or is it I don't like the things he does and that's what I don't like about him? Like, there's a fair and critical reason to not like Trump. Okay, this guy he's gone into full caps lock mode and insults. Like, okay. She'll be in all right. Because there's a lot of people saying she's a crook. You realize they tried to indict her again and failed, right? Like, if she's a crook, why can't they indict her? Why can't they even get a U.S. attorney to agree that she is? I hope Democrats keep the thing. Is your N broken like this? We will hold power for a long time coming. Okay. Doug, could you please type coherently? Thank you. You and people like you are why this country is so okay. I don't think that I don't think that's the case. I don't think that me and people like me are why the country is so damaged. I don't think that you know why the country is. I don't think that you even have any idea of anything that you are talking about, which is all you can do is scream in caps locks. Okay, dear Lord, you have actually said something during the apples. You could have. Oh, okay. You are a fruit. Crash out. Alert, Samuel Taylor. Yeah, I'm a dumbass. Hey, are you talking to me? Is George talking to me? I would like to commend you on your use of an apostrophe. You get extra credit. Because James Comey's defendant analyzing specialist said old Joe was... No, okay, first of all, James Comey wasn't in charge of the FBI at the time. And you're talking about the lawyer, the special prosecutor that was assigned the Joe Biden case by Merrick Garland. And he didn't say that Joe was too fragile to try. What he said is that the only thing that they could find were these documents, which may or may not have been the documents that he was referring to in an interview. And that Joe Biden kind of was reminded, I need to send those back. And they could have been the documents, or they could have been some other documents. Like, they aren't necessarily the documents that he was referring to. And so what I think his name was Ho or something. I can't remember the lawyer's name. The guy that was the special prosecutor. What he was saying is that in order to convict Joe Biden, he would have had to convince the jury that Joe Biden knew those documents were there and that those were the same documents. He couldn't even prove that those were the same documents he was referring to. And then he would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Joe Biden remembered that they were there after that conversation and deliberately refused to return them. And he was saying that 5 or 6 years from now, that proving that Joe Biden, now 5 years further along, like, remembered about this one sentence he said years earlier, amounted to a crime, or whether there was reasonable doubt. He did not think that there was enough reason, like he could convince people beyond a reasonable doubt that that's what he was doing. And I don't think that that's true. I wouldn't use the same standard with Donald Trump or anybody else. Do you remember every sentence you ever said? Okay. Commenters, nothing is personal. Do not take anything. All right. Like, I'm trying as much as I can where I find like a cogent or at least literate challenge to something I've said to respond to them. Samuel, not to worry if people like this keep thinking this and pushing this narrative. Okay. I would say polling dramatically disagrees with you, but you know, again, I just like to point out that you're not actually talking about anything I've said. I would say reality is left leaning, but I think you said I was far left leaning. Not being a fascist does not mean that I'm an extremist. Like, what have I said that's extremist? If I were talking about, oh, we need to seize the means of supply and distribution, and then you could call me a communist. That would be extremist. Saying we need to like not murder people is not extremist. How about I get my information from the law? Sure. I don't know what that even means. What voting laws? How can you name for me a single election that Democrats won because voting laws weren't enforced? Who was president in 2024? The last major election we had, who was president? Who is in charge of the enforcing voting laws? Okay. You're going broke. You're going broke. George, I commend you on oh, you got both yours right this time. Congratulations. Now if we could just get you to understand how capital letters work and periods and stuff. But like for real, you've got your spelled correctly 2 different ways both times in the same sentence. So you are easily in the top 2% of MAGAs. I think. Wait, no, well, no, wait, broke. So no, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Broke, you're sick. I think you're meant to say your apostrophe sick. Sorry, I take that back. I was so ready to believe in you. We had an algebra teacher that used apples and orange concepts. Good lady. No use of fruits. This isn't hooked on phonics. Well, I mean, it's called an association fallacy, and that's the kind of the common that's the common reference of it because people can easily understand it. I've never said any of the things that you just said. Oh wait, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I believe that people have a basic right to home and food, and I don't believe that 98% of wealth should be hoarded by 9 people and offended by it. That's true. I think that we have a fundamentally unequal system and that we need to balance it out. I think that if you're working for a living, you have a basic right to, like be able to survive off of your income. So I think that's what MDS is saying here. The goal of Monopoly was to show. No, the goal of Monopoly was not, according to the guy that made the game, George. You, sir, have been brainwashed. Okay. At least my thoughts are clean. You can't even afford steak. Okay. Amazing how George knows about my financial situation. This guy is racist as he can get. All he sees is. I have no idea where that came from. Sorry, didn't mean to assume you are sir. Okay, so now we're onto the transphobic slurs. Typical leftist cuck. Yes. You disagree with me, therefore my wife sleeps with my best friend. That's, yeah, totally rational argument. Trump calls people names publicly and says some should be wiped, and then the people burn their houses or worse. That's incitement. Like Josh Shapiro, they tried to firebomb the man. All right, speaks like a Karen, and that's female. Okay, yeah, this is funny how like the MAGAs, they do this thing where they flip everything around. The MAGAs were the Karens. The MAGAs were the ones that were like walking in. The whole idea of Karens comes from people that like, oh, there's black people there that are cooking out in a public park and calling the police on them. The MAGAs are the ones that would like refuse to wear a mask in a store and demand to speak to the manager. Like, sorry, the MAGAs are the Karens, and then somehow I speak like a. Learn what a Karen is, Karen. Okay, give all of the money to. Because yes, that's what it is. It's either you give all of your money to poor people, or poor people shouldn't be allowed to have any money. I don't know. I give money away every day to underprivileged. I hear this a lot, and I've donated a lot of money. I can say that honestly to different people and different causes. But I always hear the MAGAs say that they oppose giving like welfare and stuff because people can like just donate money to that. And it's like I always ask them, what money have you donated to such people? And they never do. uh I don't know what that has to do with anything. So if a black person says the same thing about like what's good for black people, and then a white person says that, does that make them racist when they say it? Or is it, and like, did somebody elect you to speak for the entire black community? Or is it, I can also read what other black people say and listen to them and then process the information and make a decision? You're the one that's acting like black people are this single homogeneous community, and you alone are the one that can interpret what is good and bad for black people. When you stop believing in numbers and science, you are using biased thinking. I agree. Yeah. I mean, and then that's like, what's going to happen? This is going back to the grocery store. Like, it's like, this is so valid. Go and look at that. Wharton did a study on what would happen if we have mass immigration. Look at that study. I know I'm asking Agus to read something that's, not a Trump speech, but like, look it up. I don't even know what that means. I don't know everything. But when I don't know something, I try to learn about it. I just kind of denialism there. Can I ask anyone how rich a person? I've been helped by a rich person personally a few times. If you don't save money, then you're idiots. Bottom line life. Who said anything about no meat? What? It's just so weird. Liberals have lost their mind, and this guy's, and yet you can't actually criticize anything I've said. I don't even know what that means. I'm doing good. No, I didn't admit the AC never worked. I did not say that. I know exactly what's in the Big Beautiful Bill. You did not read the Big Beautiful Bill, so don't come at me with the did you actually read it? I know what's in it. You don't. Okay. Liberal cuck. No, my wife does not sleep with my best friend. The ACA wasn't as a scam. You don't even know what's in it. Denial is a cheaper than therapy. Trumpers simply edit reality to. They really do. They just seem to ignore actual reality. Reality has a liberal bias. Okay, so now we're getting into death threats. Liberals live in la la land. Those that are wealthy. All right. Wow, we are really we're over 3 hours. You're the one. I'm selling oral for crack. Man, it's like insane. Just like the vitriol, like MAGAs are weird. Affordability was just as well. It wasn't actually, and like inflation is a complicated thing. I went over this yesterday. There was multiple reasons for inflation, and the thing is, they actually tried to do things about it. Do you remember the tax credit that the Republicans shut down? The child tax credit? Like, Republicans love to ignore actual substance. They just Biden bad, Trump good. That's their entire argument about everything. Where's the beef? There's a lot with that, and I live in Texas, and most of we have more beef farms than anybody in the world, or at least anybody in the country, probably anybody in the world, and they're really upset with Trump's policies. The beef farmers are, because a lot of the tariffs make their prices go up, like not necessarily just the cost of raising cattle is up because the cost of fertilizer has gone up because of tariffs, and then the fertilizer that grows the food that the cattle eats goes up. So then the cost of raising cattle goes up, and you can't just make a cow overnight. It's not, you don't manufacture them, and then they have a window of time where they want to process like slaughter and process the cow. But because of mass deportations, they've lost a bunch of their farm workers that help feed the cattle, and the manufacturing plants have lost a bunch of workers that help slaughter and manufacture the cattle. And so now what you have happening is there's two ways that kind of the beef can go bad. One, it can just spoil. Like if you slaughter it and you don't get a chance to manufacture it in time, it just spoils. It just goes, and you throw it away. And so that's like thousands of dollars, like $1,500 a farmer might lose, or $3,000. I'm sorry, I'm thinking, I think it's like probably $3,000 for a head of cattle now. Let's say that just as an arbitrary number. So if they lose, that's like 3,000. That could be like a good 5% of their annual income that they lost with one cow. The other thing that can happen is I can't remember the word for it. It's not spoil. Spoils when it goes bad. But there's another word where you want to process that cattle in a certain window, because you fatten it up to a certain point, and then you put it in like a pen and fatten it up even more there. And once it gets to that point, and it's based on its weight and its age, that's when you slaughter it, when it's ideal, and you're going to get the best marbling, you're going to get the best cuts of meat out of it. But if you can't slaughter it in time, then what happens is that the beef starts losing its value. And when it starts losing its value, it's because the the marbling isn't, like, the fat content goes off, and then you slaughter it, but what would have been prime beef is now just hamburger. And so you're not getting as much money for the cows you would have. And what happened is they had all these tariffs, and there was a drought for like a few years. And so there was already diminished beef supply. And there's some other stuff about that too, where because they didn't have enough beef, they were setting aside less heifers. Heifers are cows that haven't had a child yet, and it takes like 2 to 3 years to go from a heifer to a breeding cow, and then another couple of years before those cattle, those calves they had, are old enough to slaughter and kill. So you follow me? Like it's not an overnight operation. But what happened is, by jacking up the tariffs and jacking up the price of feed and jacking up the price of things like fencing, because the tariffs on metals, all of that made the price of raising the cattle come up. It's on the heels of the drought, which is making the supply go down. And so then the price of everything goes up, and they have to sell their cattle at a higher price just to stay afloat. Then Donald Trump hears about the price of beef going up, so he reduces the tariff on Argentina beef and gives them $40 billion. And the Texas beef farmers are hurting, and they're angry. And these are Trump voters. This is one of the things I'm saying. Like, a lot of these MAGA voters that, you can say, oh, ha 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 ha, you voted for that. But don't think that this Texas gerrymandering thing is going to work out the way that the Republicans think it is. Because when you start giving, now that it's too late and they have to charge that much money for their beef, and then you're importing that Argentina beef that's cheaper, they're not going to, like, the price of their beef is going to have to come down. You're forcing Texas farmers to sell their beef at a loss, all because of things that they had nothing to do with, and most of it entirely because of what Trump did. That's why it's even a guy that is voted for Trump 3 times is the one that's leading the lawsuit, trying to stop this tariff on beef. Don't assume that just because somebody voted for Trump 3 times, they're going to vote for a Republican 2026. There's something called dummy mandering. Dummy mandering is like, you take a district, you have 2 districts, right? And you've got like a 20-point lead in one, and you've got a 5-point, you're 5 points down in another. And so you make it so that both of them you have a 10-point edge on. But because of the change in voter sentiment, you end up losing 13 points in both districts. And so then you lose both districts. Dummy mandering is when you try to gerrymander and end up losing districts. That's what I think could very much happen in Texas. Their efforts to gerrymander could backfire, and they could end up losing districts instead of gaining them. And I think a lot of it has to do with the mass deportations and the tariffs and how they affect beef farmers. And then, like I said, it's not just the farms that are affected. It's the communities that those farms support. And these are the rural areas. These are the districts that Trump is banking on. So a lot of, you look at that election in Tennessee that was 8 points in what used to be a 23-point district. You'll see a lot of that in 2028 or 2026. Yeah, sure. I am I not lying about SNAP benefits. You illegal immigrants are not getting SNAP benefits. I'm not saying that, and I don't mean that. I don't know what that has to do with anything at all that I've ever said in my entire life. Okay. MAGA abuse is embraced because the way their horrific behavior, not as a flaw, but as a sign of strength and effective warfare, but they're voting themselves out of existence into their offspring. Yeah. I don't know what to say about that. Not as a flaw, but as a sign of strength. I think that yeah, there's like this kind of owning the libs kind of thing, like, and the alpha male, and it's like they're not looking to help themselves; they're looking to hurt other people. It seems to be like that's what their view is. If they're hurting something, that somehow makes themselves better. And if somebody has less, that means they have more. It's the idea of a rising tide raises all boats does not seem to affect them. Your I don't know what all. So I'm just. You sound like you have blue. Like this is like the fifth blue hair comment. I don't know what the blue, like beard. I think that was. That was. I don't know who beer was or what he said. That was kind of funny. Like like blue hair is just such a dumb. It's not even like the stereotype isn't even like real. Like or like anyway. Some girls dye their hair blue. So what? My friend has a pet cow. I'm not. I'm not. Everything I said about the beef industry is true. Um, you're the one that's like wanting to kill people and defending just murdering people. But I'm the one that's angry because I'm saying people shouldn't be murdered. And that's true too. Like I am a liberal. I am a Democrat. Like that's not an insult. Does it ever cross your mind abortion and trying to? I Are you talking to me? I think the government just needs to stay out of everybody's business. No, you can swear to God, but it doesn't make it true. SNAP entitlements are not going to illegals. I honestly, it is again like it's actually not legal to give illegal immigrants SNAP benefits. There is no way that this is happening. I think that there is something that has been presented to you that you are misconstruing, that you actually are misunderstanding something that has happened. There might be like asylum seekers that are getting some kind of benefits, like there may be something like that, or refugees that I think there's some laws that they can get certain benefits the first 6 months they're here until they can get their working documents, like approval to work and make a living. But that's not SNAP benefits. That's something entirely different. And those aren't illegal immigrants. Those are asylum seekers. The asylum seekers are here legally. So I think there may be something that's happening that you are misconstruing or misunderstanding, but it is not illegal immigrants getting SNAP benefits. I think you're confusing both the people and the benefits they're receiving. Sorry. Let's say, well, at least they're getting the day they voted for, but I'm not. Yeah, I want the best thing for every American, including Trump voters. I just really do think that Donald Trump's policies are hurting everyone. Yeah, I'm not talking about the beef industry in general. I'm just talking about farmers trying to make a living selling beef. Why does people like Mad Rush think that anyone doesn't support Trump? It's just a way to evade actually talking about the real substance. Well, he bragged about I don't is grabbing people by the vagina raping. What's up with the Democrats in Minnesota stealing over? The Democrats in Minnesota did not steal $1 billion from COVID funds. There are people in Minnesota who fraudulently obtained funds that were designated for COVID. The complexity of that is beyond like a basic response, but it wasn't the Democrats. There were some Somalis that were guilty of it, but those weren't even Somalian immigrants. Those were Somalis that were born here. They don't represent the entire Somali culture. There were people that ran a fraud scheme and got convicted and should go to jail. But there was there was a case that was overturned by a judge that I don't even know if she was left or right leaning. But because the entire case wasn't overturned, there was a case of one person that was overturned because there's a standard in Minnesota that she felt wasn't met, where you had to prove that they knew about the scheme. Like what was happening is that they were fraudulently laying claim that these kids that didn't exist had autism, and so they would get doctors to say they had autism. And he probably knew that there was a scam involved, but they didn't prove he knew there was a scam involved. And so it was like she overturned it because that threshold wasn't made. Whether or not she should have done that does not mean anything to do with what the Republicans are trying to define it as. The Democrats are stealing billions of dollars from COVID funds. No, people stole billions of dollars from COVID funds. It wasn't Democrats. And, I mean, it was a crime and criminals should go to jail. Let's just not politicize it and make it about Democrats and Republicans. No, they never were. There is no legal way. There isn't even any, there's not even a action. Like there's no way undocumented workers can get, or undocumented people can get SNAP benefits. You literally have to prove that you're here legally in order to get SNAP benefits. Okay, you're entitled to that choice, and nobody should ever force you to get an abortion. They realize anything awful because cognitive is easier than admitting an error. Dems are whack jobs and lack a leader. Okay. Just general casting of aspersions there. It was not for justice and righteousness and salt and light constantly. Praying without ceasing, we would be going down to town just to fight it. I have no idea what that means. It's fun watching MAGA get what they voted for. Cows don't suffer in the same way dogs do. Don't tell what's her name that. Don't tell Christy Noam. When will people wake up? Both sides are feathers on the same bird. They are. Okay. That this sounds like it's pretty anti-Semitic, if you want to be honest. Like it's George Soros behind this. MAGA cash out over getting $100 in food stamp. Don't blink an eye when the. I mean, there are so many things. Like they're always like, if Biden did this, you would be okay with it. And there are so many things where I would just be like, if they flipped out because Hunter Biden sold a painting. Can you imagine if Hunter Biden got $2 billion from the Saudi Arabian government to start a firm that he had no experience doing anything with? Definitely not. They have really hateful culture. Actually, they hate. Why do you think that Democrats and Christians are two exclusive groups? I'm a Christian. I don't hate Christians. I don't think that a lot of what you do in the name of Christ has anything to do with Christ. Is Trump a God? No, Trump is not a God. No, I don't have horses or. Oh, he's asking somebody else. Why does MAGA only care about fraud when it's someone non-white? Well, that's a good question. And we kind of miss like the whole thing that Donald Trump's business was also convicted of fraud and felony fraud. Not the civil trial with Bragg, the other trial where his CEO went to jail and he said, well, I didn't have anything to do with all that. He doesn't have anything to do with running his own business. He doesn't know anything about it, but you're going to vote him for president because he's such a business genius? Okay, either he runs his own business or he doesn't. Well, you know, I say it's great for MAGAs to have both the Constitution and the Bible in the same book because they never talk about both and they never read either. The country has been known for piracy. I don't know what that means. I am being straight from the farmers. Democrats are doxing. I don't know what that means. I buy a quarter beef from a farmer. I love, it's grass fed, grass finished. No, Walsh did not let Somalis steal $1 billion. And they sent it. I mean, none of that is true. You are getting your information from a very, like, I don't know if it's like some weirdo, wacko Republican podcast. I don't know what wreck I got in. Or I don't know what that means. Are you confusing me with somebody else? Okay, so George just likes to find something irrelevant and stick to it. All right. Technically, Trump is an illegal citizen. No, that's not true. He was still born here. Because and even with Trump's birthright citizenship thing, he would still qualify because his dad was the citizen. It doesn't if one of, even if he were right, when she won't hopefully win, having one illegal immigrant doesn't mean you're not with citizenship. I don't know what's like saying guns kill people and not people killing people. I did anyway. I'm not sure what there's. I don't want to comment on that because I'm not sure what the context of it was. You risk damaging your anus and intestinal lining, even when you take all the necessary. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. I voted for Trump and I get SNAP. Just illegal shouldn't get it. Okay. So if you get SNAP, you know you went through a process to get it, right? Did that process that you went through, did you have to prove who you were? Did you have to prove you were a citizen? I'm just asking questions. I was helped by Johnny Depp's natural father. He brought me an even as that's cool. I have a friend that I went to high school with that actually kind of hangs out with Johnny Depp a little bit. He designs movie posters, so he works in Hollywood and kind of just knows. I think he has a kid that went to school with Johnny Depp. I do not see how deporting illegal immigrants will hurt farmers. Okay, not all 7 million people that are unemployed want to work on farms or live near a farm. We have, if we deported all there are more illegal immigrants working than we have unemployed Americans. So right away, we're hurting ourselves by that. I need to jet. And I enjoyed the live. And good luck to you, Sir Kelly. Thank you. I don't know how to say your name, but enjoy your weekend. Do you think we can truly learn the golden rule while eating? I'm not a vegetarian. I understand why people are. I just except we don't have secure borders, less inflation. And the only people we're deporting are the people that are helping the economy. And he didn't say anything about killing drug smugglers. So he didn't vote for that. He didn't run on that. I mean, and technically he didn't run on deporting non-criminals. He literally said the opposite of what he's doing. Okay, that's just George is getting weirder and weirder. Okay. Right, like most or even can. Or like if you live in New York City, you're not going to and you're unemployed. What farm are you going to go work at? It's not like you can drive to Texas. Are you going to move to Texas to work on a farm for, anyway. Dems had farms kill hundreds of chickens. No, Dems did not have farmers kill hundreds of chickens. The FDA realized there was an avian flu that was going to kill like lots of people. That's why not everything. And the same thing happened with Trump. The same thing. I wasn't blaming Trump when egg prices went up, and I wasn't blaming Biden. Not everything is political. The wall saga, I mean, I will say this. What happened with the whole thing with the walls and there was a kind of a fear of looking racist. So there were some black Somalian people that were doing this, and they were taking advantage of an actual legitimate thing that was trying to take care of autistic people. And the Walz administration was out of fear of looking racist, kind of turned a blind eye to it. And I fault them for that. They should have taken it more seriously. But they weren't like participating in it. They were not taking as much action as they should. The federal government was warning them, even under Biden. The federal government was warning them that there were some red flags here, and they chose to ignore those red flags. So I fault the Walz administration for doing that, but I do not accept that that means that they were, like behind it, or that they were making billions of dollars off of it or anything. And I would also point out, it's not even that simple. There was a lot of the stuff that was at the federal level, and with the whole the way that the COVID bill was passed made a lot of it hard to follow up and have checks on. And a lot of that was because Republicans wanted it that way, and it was the only way it was going to get through. Anyway, I'm just saying it's a lot more complicated than Democrats bad, Republicans good. But yes, there was a legitimate, there's actually a fraud scheme that involved some Somalian people who were citizens, not illegal immigrants. And I think that Donald Trump is using this as a linchpin to make overt, racist, generalized attacks on immigrants from all over the world. Like, all people of color are bad because these black people did a bad thing. Which, by the way, is why Walsh didn't want to address it, because he was afraid of the perception of racism. And again, I think he should have done more. There's all the talk about kangaroos. Tell me one thing that was done differently with Donald Trump's prosecution that is done with every other person who's ever been to jail. Thank you. It doesn't matter what people want to do. It is about working for a living. So no, it's not about working for a living. It's about like, practically speaking, you can't go work on a farm if you don't live near a farm. Some people don't have the physical capacity to go and work on a farm or work in a meat processing center. $80 pair is small. So how do MAGA always say things were more expensive under Biden? I mean, like, literally things are more expensive under Trump. I mean, that's just a fact. Inflation has gone up under Trump, and things were more expensive under Biden than under Trump. Things were more expensive under Trump than they were under Obama. Inflation has been going on for like 100 years. I think, like in the late 1800s, there was actually a period of deflation, a prolonged period of deflation where prices went down. But for the most part, inflation happens, and it means that the economy is growing. The question is how much inflation is happening and why. And there were a lot of reasons for the inflation under Biden. It wasn't, like Biden's inflation. There was the war in Ukraine caused gas prices to go up, because it caused the cost of crude oil to go up, because there wasn't as much oil coming out of Russia or the Ukraine. You had the global supply chains. You had that were shortage, and that caused inflation. There was the stimulus spending under Trump and under Biden, both of which had an impact on inflation. Then you had corporations that were raising prices because they could. Inflation actually caused more inflation. So there was a number of reasons. To just say Biden was president, therefore all inflation is his fault, is ridiculous. So yeah, like and like the price of beef now is significantly higher than it was under Biden. But this is like one of those things where, well, partly it is more expensive because of Trump. Like, the one thing where you can really assign blame for inflation on a president or the government is when they is tariffs. Tariffs is the one thing the president can do to make prices go up. Like actually where it's fair to blame him. Take your okay, so man, we're getting close to 4 hours here. This is but if you are not, you check the non-citizen box. No, they won't. They don't. I mean, I don't know what world you're living in, but it's not this one. The federal government does not pay SNAP benefits to non-citizens or to illegal aliens. There may be something on there about non-citizens, but non-citizens and illegal aliens are two different categories of people. You can be here on a green card and be a non-citizen. That does not make you an illegal alien. Okay. What are your thoughts on CAF not getting IDs for voting? Are you talking about California? I think that I've established this. Voting ID laws are pointless. They accomplish nothing. Again, like I said earlier in the podcast, there are 77 cases of non-citizens voting in the last 45 years. 77 convictions out of over 1.5 billion votes. There are 77 instances where non-citizens were voted, and not one of those would have been prevented by voter IDs. So my point, my argument is, I like what is the point of voter IDs if they're not preventing, people that shouldn't be voting from voting? It's to prevent people that could be voting from voting. They are not designed to keep illegal aliens from voting. They are designed to commit legal citizens from voting. About 15 to 20% of people that have a driver's license actually have an ID. It does not have their current name or their current address on it. So you look at who isn't going to have their current name on it. Primarily, it's going to be women who got married and haven't changed their ID yet. Who's not going to have their correct address on it? It's going to be college students, and it's going to be poor people that rent and have moved to a different apartment. Most of the people that have actual ID, but not a current ID with their current name and address on it, that would not be able to be used for voting. Most of those people, and by most, I'm not talking about like 98% or whatever. It's like 60%, 70% are from voting groups that vote Democrat. And so what this is designed to do is to shift elections that have a 1 or 2% margin. It's to shift the elections. It's to choose your voters rather than having your voters choose you. That's the reality of voter IDs. That is you can look at the numbers, but I am telling you, 77 voters in 45 years out of 1.5 billion votes is not, to me, worth the expense that it costs. It does not cause a problem or create a problem. It doesn't solve a problem. I'm sorry. It creates a problem. I hope, you probably don't like my thoughts on that, but those are what they are. Why do people have some of the worst insults these days? I don't know. They must go to like some MAGA school of stupid insults or something. Veganism is the idea. Yeah, I know. My brother's a vegan. I don't have any problem with being a vegan. I just like meat. Sorry. You have to provide ID when you register. He promised but he said he was only going to go after the rapists and the murderers and stuff. He said he wasn't going to bother the other ones. No, you're not actually criminal by definition. You haven't committed a crime being here illegally. You've committed a civil offense, not a criminal offense. If you've come over here twice, then you've committed a criminal offense. But the first time, you've just committed a civil offense, so you are not technically a criminal. But he has repeatedly said he's only talking about the violent ones when he was running for re-election. He wasn't talking about chasing down some mom. How many farms do you think are hiring in New York City? Okay. The flow of drugs were actually already, we had dropped fentanyl overdoses by 25%. Joe Biden had actually already negotiated with China to help prevent the flow of fentanyl. Venezuela has nothing to do with fentanyl at all. They have not taken over our fentanyl. Like, this is, George, you must live in some very weird places. Okay. On the internet. I don't know where you're getting your information, but all of it is wrong. Okay, so just Mad Rush just likes to. Yes. Inflation was because Joe Biden didn't tariff us enough. That there have been a lot of things that showed a complete lack of understanding on this program today, but that one right there, that is the kicker. We had inflation because Joe Biden didn't impose tariffs. That is like, my goodness. Out to talk about the opposite of true. Okay, they put up. Okay, that was a New York City law that you had to house asylum seekers. That has nothing to do with SNAP benefits, and it has nothing to do with the federal government. I have no idea what that means. I don't even. The cost of living is lower in red states, but you know what? You make about 36% more money in blue states. The average income and the median income are much higher in blue states. There is ways. There's a difference between voter ID laws and being able to prove you are who you say you are. And the thing is anyway, I don't want to get into that. I'm getting hungry here. I've gone like 4 hours without peeing. Okay, so I'm gonna have to just look into the. I'm really. Thank you guys for joining, and thank you to the MAGAs who have like actually stuck around. Even you, George. Or this is a different George. No, it's not a criminal offense. If you get arrested for speeding, or not arrested, if you get pulled over for speeding, that's a misdemeanor. It's a civil offense. A civil offense is not a crime. A criminal offense is a crime. There's like, that's why it's called a civil offense versus a criminal offense. Over border, BORD. There's no A in border. If you're going to call me stupid, learn the difference between a border with an A, which is somebody who pays for room and board, and a border, which is an imaginary line between two countries and has no A. At least spell your insults correctly. That's all I'm asking. Okay, China. Okay. Yes. Nobody is for fentanyl. Neither side is for fentanyl. Bombing drug boats in the Caribbean has nothing to do with fentanyl. Venezuela has nothing to do with fentanyl. Everybody is against fentanyl. There's not like a pro fentanyl lobby in Congress. There's not a fentanyl caucus in Congress. Nobody's sitting there going, yeah, more fentanyl. Everybody's against fentanyl. Why do Republicans have to act like anytime they say they're against something, that must mean that Democrats are for it? No, we're all against fentanyl. Joe Biden did things to lower fentanyl overdoses, which is why they got lower while he was president. They got 25%. Not just fentanyl overdoses, drug overdoses overall dropped 25%. He kept they kept seizing fentanyl while Joe Biden was president. Every time they seized it, it was like, see, this is proof of open borders. Like somehow fentanyl being seized was proof of open borders. But as soon as Trump became president, fentanyl being seized was proof of the border being shut down. 90% of fentanyl is being smuggled over by American citizens. Taxes are higher. No, they're not. Unless you count tariffs as a tax. Oh, you're talking about Texas uses property taxes instead of income tax, and they use sale taxes. So taxes are not higher or lower. They are different, and they are regressive instead of progressive. They tax poor people more and rich people less. No, I don't have issues with my information. I don't know where you learned that, but no, Venezuela is not producing fentanyl. Well, that's a weird take. I think that, using you've got like a blue person that lived in a blue state that moved to a red state and they did better, and you have a person that lived to a red state that moved to a blue state and moved it to and they did. Anecdotally, I don't think it matters much. I think that if you look at the general, like where they look at the whole thing, states, like blue states tend to have a higher living satisfaction than red states. Yeah, tariffs are a tax. I mean, they're literally a tax. That's exactly what they are. They're a tax on importers that get passed on to shoppers. It's Homeland, one word, Todd. Security and the FBI declared No, they did not declare drug cartels terrorists. Marco Rubio did. And Marco Rubio did because Donald Trump said he did. And that does not mean they're actually terrorists. The FBI doesn't declare anybody a terrorist. And no, terrorism is not defined as anything that causes terror. This is like, Todd, at least do a basic Google search before you correct people with wrong things. Everything you said is wrong, like objectively wrong. Okay. Anyway. All right. So I just went over 4 hours. I really have to pee now. Thank you, everybody, for watching and for hanging out with me for this long. Thank you for commenting, both those of you who agreed with me and didn't agree with me. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you on Monday.